Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to episode 5 of season 11 of Downloadable Content. I am Brian, and with me we have Ron.
Hey everyone.
We have Ronnie. Ronnie is still muted.
Apparently I am.
Not anymore! We have a Ronnie, and then over that away, down in the corner is Deja. Welcome.
Oh, forgot I was on camera. Whoops.
Yeah, the oopsies. You're right now. Just this nebulous box. It's just like out there in the ether. Oh, it's been some months since we last did an episode. So much for trying to do one of these monthly.
What
I say, Brian, it looks like your mouse pointer's trying to pick my nose.
Well then we'll move that mouse pointer after it finishes cleaning your nose. We'll give you a nice little boop, boop, and we'll go from there. But yeah, life got busy, and then COVID happened, and well, here we are again, and we're gonna be talking Final Fantasy XIV some more.
No, my camera turned off. Well,
I know. Particularly the Rons have been wanting to do another visit to Final Fantasy XIV, and so we're going to be doing this again because there's been a lot of new stuff that have come since the last time.
The end of a decade's worth of story.
Yes.
Oh.
And since then, I still haven't played a single second of it. Hi, Deja, there you are.
yeah. Before it was
We'll
just
get
my
you-
rabbit.
We will get you into this game eventually. We will indoctrinate you.
And it's like, I don't even have an excuse because, like, the free trial is so huge and so massive at this point.
The free trial is the first two, is the main game and the entire first expansion.
And
Like,
I'm just, it's at this point, it's like, I can't even say, no, I can't afford it. It's just time. Time. Where is time?
and that's understandable.
You're never gonna play any other game ever again. Are you okay with that?
Like I'd get through so much more of my video game backlog if I didn't have to worry about things like a job.
And those pesky jobs.
Those
Pesky
pesky
job, those pesky real life things.
I don't even have that
first.
excuse.
Yeah,
My backlog keeps growing and I'm not working.
pesky jobs and student loans and
Oh, you're doing the music from Gun Survivor, Resident Evil.
But yes, so we're going to be talking some more about Final Fantasy XIV, so there's not going to be a whole lot of me in this episode. The bulk of the chat is going to be handled by these lovely people here, and anyone else in the chat, in the Twitch chat who wants to join in. Yeah.
Pleasure to meet all of you guys. I'm Saracen Maltraic of Midgard Swarmer.
I don't even remember my character's name, if I'm being honest. I haven't played the game in a couple months, so I'm like, I don't remember my character's name.
I'm
Oh.
Luces, like I'm Luces in everything, but my last name's Eltraic just because I'm officially married to Saracen. Married in real life, not in game.
Yes. I got you married in real life before I got you married in game.
That was the cunning plan.
These days we'll drop the money on getting the like Moogle mount.
The marriage service thing.
Yep.
Yep.
I collect mounts, so it's coming eventually.
So before
Every time there's a sale, I try to pick up one of the mounts off the Mog station.
So before we dive in too crazily into this episode, just want to remind everyone that every single episode of downloadable content can be found on our website, dlcpodcast.com. Every single episode can also be found on iTunes, or it's going by Apple Music now. Gee, I'm old. Apple Music, Google Podcasts, YouTube, Stitcher. Spotify. Yeah, we're everywhere and nowhere.
Placed you.
We're kind of yes, we're kind of like Resident Evil 4 and Skyrim in that regard, just on everything.
Soon.
On Neo Geo.
Soon to be found in your on your TGI-88 calculator and on the Amazon Echo.
If you can,
We're
if you can play
licensing
Doom
agreement.
on it.
So we're currently listening discussions for the Samsung refrigerator. So
Downloadable content coming soon to a Roomba near you. So yes. So with that all said and done, I am going to yield the floor to these lovely people because they're going to know what they're talking about, having played Final Fantasy XIV, and I haven't played a single second of it. So,
Well, don't slander us like that. We never know what we're talking about.
I was going to say, you really think these intelligent faces are something that conveys pre-thought?
Well, since this is live now and not pre-recorded like the previous 10 years of it, you know, the joys of being live, I suppose. There is no we'll fix this in post. So,
Yeah, it's just gonna be me talking about all the waifus and husbandos of the game.
We'll fix it in post.
all right.
Nobody knows
Have
what
fun,
that
you
is.
guys.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Where do you
We'll
want to start,
try not
Ronny?
to burn your podcast to the ground.
That's fine. You while you're looking at it, I'm gonna take a look at the last episode what we did.
Sure, that sounds good.
Okay.
I was going to say, because I myself kind of failed to remember where we left off at. It might have been Shadowbringers. I don't remember.
I mean, before we jump into that, we should probably just do a brief little reintroduction for like when we started playing and what we went through, because I think a lot of people might not have watched the previous episode.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking a look now to see when that episode
You're not
was.
saying you're
so-
gonna do a recap of every expansion story plot point from the beginning to now,
No,
right?
that's technically the first
No.
episode we did of this.
That's like a 36-hour
No.
stream right there.
We're not shooting for a land speed record.
Yeah, so I'll start off. I started playing again, when the game... Technically, I played in one of the closed betas for 1.0, but I played it on a computer that was not necessarily equipped to handle it. Combined with the fact that 1.0 was a giant dumpster fire, I kind of dropped the game right then and there. And
So
then
what you're saying is you're not a masochist.
No, I'm not. I came back with them going to 2.0, and I played in 2.0 on release. And then I came back, I took a break after a few months of playing and enjoying it, being like, okay, I'll come back to this when there's more content, because at the time, I had just beaten Turn 5 of Quello Bahamut, and they had not done a X2 patch just yet. They had just released Crystal Tower, and it's like, okay, there's some potential here, but I'm not going to continue investing money into this when I can invest money into playing other games at the time.
April
Give it some
2020.
time.
April 2020 was when that was the first Final Fantasy XIV episode. It was celebrating its 10th anniversary. So there's your reference. April 2020.
So 5.2 patch? I don't know. Anyway, to finish up, I came back a little bit right before Stormblood ended, and then I played Shadowbringers on release, and then I played Endwalker on release, and
That is 5.3.
5.3. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've played. So since I've been kind of playing on like what I consider like quote unquote major number patches or major content releases, I may go back sometime soon TM, because there's content there that I can now play and enjoy, both in the sense of like raiding content and also like casual stuff like the Island Sanctuary thing.
Yeah. It's really cute having all your minions out.
I don't have that many because I haven't played that often, but it's still a lot of things you can do. So
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. If you're all set, then I initially started playing the game for a very brief period at the beginning of 2.0. One of my friends got me to play it, and I stopped in 2 weeks. And it wasn't until Heaven's Sword that Deja and I got into the game. Does that sound right, Deja?
I mean, I've said to you before, I didn't even realize that you would play it in the first place, but I do remember our friend Andrew was like, "Oh my god, you guys gotta play this game, we can all play it together." And then, as it always seems to happen, when anyone tells us, "Hey, you should come and play with me," like 2 weeks later they stop playing. Then now we're into it, so.
And then we're the ones stuck still playing the game.
Every time. And I'm thankful for it in the sense of, like, I enjoy the game, but it...
Yeah. The way we end up playing
time.
is we end up burning through a bunch of stuff all at once, and then we burn out, and then we stop playing for a while, and then we come back, and there's no rhyme or reason to when we stop. We stop, and then we typically stop right before a major story event, and then don't know what's happening when we come back.
Also, I feel like I tend to play longer than you do, because you'll start playing other console stuff, and I'll just grind all of them, or maybe not grind, but
we're not great.
All of my classes to, well, they're not at 90 right now, but they were at least 70 when the newest expansion happened. So now I'm working towards 90, or my crafting, or beast
we're not great at playing multiple games at the same time, so we will marathon Final Fantasy XIV, get through a bunch of stuff, and then move on to other games and come back. But 14
is hard to come back.
Yeah, 14 is the longest MMO we've ever played. It's the only MMO we currently play. And it keeps us coming back. I mean, for myself, Final Fantasy is one of my favorite video game series of all time, and Final Fantasy XIV is my favorite of the series.
Not unreasonable
those are big words.
Yeah.
Not
unreasonable take considering you have like 200 hours worth of story.
Yeah.
In Final Fantasy 14.
I can't see them. I categorize them differently.
I know a lot of people don't categorize the MMOs in with the regular ones, and that's completely valid. It's why I go, if 14 counts, it's my favorite. If it doesn't count, then here's the rest of my list.
Yeah, this game has far too much, time to develop characters and story and make you give a crap.
But yeah,
what happens to them, and wanting redemption arcs.
The last time we did this, we came on to talk about the greatest MMO expansion of all time. And this time, we're back to talk about the greatest MMO expansion of all time.
Yeah, so I double-checked to make sure. When we did the April 2020 episode, the patch release schedule was 5.2. So we have from the end of 5.2 till we'll stop at 6.0 and include 6.0 as well. We're not going to talk about 6.62 because that's recent enough to where there's still like spoilers involved that are still like semi-relevant.
So no 6.1.
Yeah, no 6.1 because I feel like 6.0 is
a good place
point
to stop, because 6.1 is like, hey, here's a new adventure to go do on.
Mm-hmm.
So
that is perfect. That is completely fair.
Yeah. And so to give a very brief recap, to rewind the tape, you play as a ubiquitous hero called the Warrior of Light. You go on many adventures and many trials and tribulations and solve problems throughout the realm of the Eorzea. Most recently...
Really big problem.
Yes.
And find the crystals.
Most recently, we went to another world called the First, a reflection of ours, and saved them from the plague of light that came upon them.
And we are currently trying to figure out a way to bring our friends and allies, the members called the people belonging to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, We're trying to help figure out a way to bring them back because the idiot cat boy
Hey,
grabbed their
that's my boyfriend you're talking about there, sir.
but he grabbed our friend's souls when he tried to teleport us to the first, and didn't grab the bodies with them. So they're kind of
Dying.
Yeah, they're kind of like in a state of like, oh, we might die at any point in time. Oh well, we're gonna continue being heroes anyway.
Let's take some white crystals and put some blood on it and see if that works.
Blood crystals, blood diamonds, the real answer.
Yes. So, at end of Fight 2 was them experimenting, trying to figure out, can we use the rocks, the magic rocks we make to kill the immortal beings, to stick our friends' souls in them and not have them, die along the way.
White Orosite, used to kill immortal beings and save the heroes. At your phlebotium, freaking...
At your nearest phlebotomist.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Ardbert's back from the dead. Oh wait, he's not Ardbert.
No! Invasion of the Body Snatchers. That's
and
not
now-
really Ardbert.
And now everybody is getting blessed with Heidelin's Yo, think here, or whatever order she does it in.
Here,
I can't
feel,
remember
think.
her.
Here,
Yeah,
feel,
thank
think.
you. But like literally everybody, it's like it's an awakening party.
Mm-hmm.
So now everybody gets to be Warriors of Light.
Yes.
'Cause that's how it works.
Sure. So Fire 3's patch happens. The ubiquitous shit who hits the ubiquitous fan. Catboy gets kidnapped, and the bad guy in possessing Ardbert's body proceeds to steal his memory crystal, which he was going to use as like the basis of that white Orosite experimentation we were talking about. Catboy stuck his memories in the crystal. The memories contain the magic of how to summon people from another realm. So the bad guy says, okay, I'm just going to start summoning all the heroes from all the realms and just start throwing bodies at you.
And we get to fight the Final Fantasy I Warrior of Light.
Yes, it ends with us fighting the ubiquitous Warrior of Light, which is a Mythos character from the first, which is FF1 Warrior of Light.
Absolutely.
Ubiquitously.
Mm-hmm.
Was he from the first? I thought
No.
I remember the dialogue being that was one of the early Warriors of Light from the source.
The dialogue in Vi 3 says that when it comes to the Warrior of Light, that is a title that the first gave to the first hero that saved the realm. And they show straight up a mono art and all Final Fantasy 1 Warrior of Light in a parchment and drawing.
I may very well be misremembering. I thought I remember it being the first chosen by Heidelin, and they were from the source. But
no. That is
That's fine.
The Warrior of Light is a title that does kind of come from multiple origins technically, because all of the shards have had their own versions of Warriors of Light, as far as we know. It's just that we are currently the Warrior of Light on the source. So anyway, bad guy's throwing bodies at us. We get pissed at that because every time he's throwing bodies at us, he's turning Catboy into a cat crystal.
Rude.
Yes, very rude. So we go fight the bad guy who powers himself up to become the Final Fantasy I Warrior of Light, kick his ass. Catboy shows up and says, hey, stop using my bullshit, and sticks him into the giant solar battery that is the house we've been living in for the past three patch notes. Or the 3 patch numbers. And that sounds weird. I mean, to Brian, it would make more sense if you played it.
Brian, would it be weird if we
so
told you that
weird.
one of the titles for us is Stealer of Pants?
Coming from you, probably not.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, probably not.
So yeah, so we stick the bad guy in our solar battery house, and day is saved. We figured out a
Renewable
way.
energy saves the world in more
Yeah.
ways than one.
Yes, more ways than one. We figured out a way to successfully store all of the soul memories of our friends in the white aura site. Catboy infuses his soul into a crystal before his body turns into a crystal completely. And then we head back to the source because we have the ability to travel freely between the source and the first.
And that's basically the end of the Shadowbringers patch content. And now we move into the patches that lead into the next expansion.
Yes, and for those who are unaware, what they usually do for Final Fantasy is
3-patch epilogue, 2-patch prologue.
Exactly. So 5.3 is the quote unquote epilogue of Shadowbringers, where they wrap up all the story plot points of Shadowbringers. 5.4 is them setting up the plot to lead into Endwalker. 5.5 is usually the catalyst of, oh, okay, we're going to go to do this thing in the next major expansion.
Mm-hmm.
So we end 5.3 with everyone back on the source, everyone's back home, including the Catboy, who joins the Science of the Seventh Dawn, because
Yay.
he
loves the Warrior of Light so much.
He is our number one fanboy.
Yeah.
We also made a promise to him we would take him on our next adventure, which is...
Is he our number one fanboy? He's our most wholesome fanboy. I think Xenos might arguably be the number one fanboy. Who else has tried to destroy the world to get our attention?
I mean, technically speaking, if you want to talk about crimes against humanity...
Most Final Fantasy antagonists try to destroy the world to get
That's who Xenos is.
Yes, if you want to...
Kefka, is that you? You know.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about Xenos, and I know I'm jumping around, but Xenos... I tell Ronny all the time, I'm like, this isn't
He wants
even
that good Warrior
like
of Light
stupid... Like, this isn't even like a stupid fangirl headcanon. This is literally the words that come out of his mouth. He is so slutty for the Warrior of Light. The only joy he can get out of his life is to get pummeled by the Warrior of Light and achieve basically like the biggest orgasm ever. But everything else is just ennui of,
Fine, there is no heterosexual explanation for his dialogue.
But the voice actor...
I've played enough JRPGs to get that.
Yeah, he has the biggest battle boner for us you could ever imagine.
Oh god, it's so big.
Yep.
We're not even to the point of showing
Brian,
how big it is.
You and I have played most of the same JRPGs. I've seen no one comparable to Xenos in his obsession for us.
We'll get into the death.
He has like no other point in living.
Yes, we will get to the point. We will. Endwalker shows how far Xenos will go to continue his hate boner and battle boner against us.
Literally
to infinity and beyond.
One of the greatest scenes in the entire expansion.
Yes, we will get to that. We will get to that. But
So
we have to, anticipate the eventual release.
Oh no! But actually, speaking of Xenos, though, hey, we're back on the source. But meanwhile, in Garlemald, some shit's going down.
Oh yeah, Xenos killed his daddy.
Little civil war, little spot of civil war.
Little bit of familicide and regicide.
Xenos.
No, it's actually Xenos.
Oh shit! Who is it? Who's behind Xenos?
Well,
Sasaki.
I mean, I thought...
is it?
Did we already get Xenos taking his body back? I thought that was in this patch.
As mid 5.3, we get cutscenes of meanwhile on the source.
Okay.
Is Xenos, who is at this point in time, as far as we know, as a Warrior of Light, Xenos is dead. His body went missing, and we know that his body was possessed by one of the bad guys, the same bad guy who body hopped into Ardbert, who is now stuck in a giant solar battery.
At this point, they've revealed to us that the body hopper is Xenos. He just hadn't gotten his body back by this patch.
Now, mind you, that is we as the player. Like
Yes.
they're showing
Yes.
like
They don't know
they're
that in world.
yes, in world they don't know. No one knew that the body hopper that was hopping around bodies on the Gimlet Dark was Xenos.
As the player, we know that's Xenos, and that the Xenos body that's wandering around is Elidibus.
Yes.
But nobody in universe knows that.
Yes, and no one finds
the two of them.
Yeah, and no one finds out until Estinian and Gaius sneak into the palace of Garlemald, watch the Xenos kill his dad, and then Gaius gets a spot of patriotic revenge in him and tries to fight him.
A spot of regicide.
Yeah,
a spot.
Gaius and Estinian are forced to flee because you have literally the entire freaking Garlemald army coming down on their backsides.
Estinian making the smart tactical choice for once in his godforsaken life.
Yes. I mean, to be fair, we see and get to play as Estinian during this cutscene and see that he probably could solo a good portion of the Garlemald forces there, but even he and his Azure Dragoon, would have some issue against literally 5 regiments of Magitek armor coming down and just took us.
I mean, at this point, we're still not quite sure what his power level is, because, I mean, the eyes are gone, but he still has a connection to the spirit of Nidhogg, so is he as powerful as he was as the Azure Dragoon in Heavensward? Is he weaker? Like, we don't really know.
He exploded a whole building like a patch ago.
Yeah, keep in mind, he also blew up a giant Junin cannon, too, with one jump.
Yeah.
And considering mid-cutscene, he throws out LB3 for the Dragoon with like a 5-second power-up is not that unreasonable.
I just wanted to bring up that this is the first time we're really getting his strength, like these little asides since Heavensward.
Yeah, it is a thing where we knew Estinian was strong. We just didn't really have a visual representation of that strength until now. But yeah, Estinian comes back after sneaking into the palace and says, "Yeah, Xenos killed his dad. Xenos is back in his body. We are kind of boned.
Xenos controls the Garlean Empire. This is gonna go well."
So we're preparing for Xenos to show up at some point in time. Instead, Xenos is fanboy, literally and figuratively. Literally in the body sense, figuratively in the body of Asaya, or Asahi.
Asahi.
Yeah, Asahi.
Who has the most punchable of faces.
Yes.
We hated Asahi so much that it was hard for us to feel any sympathy for Fandaniel as things go forward.
Yes.
Because he's in that body.
Yes. Fandaniel is one of the Asians. Yes, one of the immortal soul-stealing assholes. This asshole in particular stole the body of Asahi, who is the little brother to Yotsuyu.
The one who gave Yotsuyu the mirror, and the one who orchestrated Yotsuyu becoming Tsukiyomi and dying.
Yes. And the guy who literally says, "I want to kill you and all of you savages because you killed Xenos back in Stormblood."
Yep.
And then his sister kills him, but the body was still left behind, and the guy's like, "Ooh, free body! I'm gonna take that yoink and
free body."
Yeah. And
how very D&D of you. Oh, free body. Just
very much Wizards would be like, "Ooh, free resource. Yeah, I'm gonna take that."
Ha!
That's a spell component I can use for
Necromancers, the true recyclers.
Yes. So Fandaniel shows up and says, "Hi, I'm Fandaniel. By the way, here's Bahamut." We go, "What?" Bahamut just...
We already beat Bahamut. What are you doing here? Oh, we named him Lunar Bahamut, and he's more powerful. Have fun.
Yes.
It's an alternate color one.
Yeah, no,
It's like a shiny Bahamut.
I was about to say, it's a gotcha game. This is the super rare one.
Yes. However, 5.4 also. Let's see. Go ahead.
I was gonna say also some towers just start showing up out of nowhere.
Yes. And they start possessing people and making them temperature Garlemald. However, that's the main story.
Well, low cost. I'll say that's low cost housing. They're trying to do well for Eorzea. The Garleans have always been trying to do well for us.
Yeah,
that's what they keep telling us.
That's what they keep telling us, exactly. However, that is plot. That is the main story. That's the problem. 5.4, however, also has a very, very good and very important development occur. All that research we did about storing souls and like memories and all that bullshit. Someone had the idea. I'm sorry, Alice, our resident tomboy red mage girl, has the idea of
one of our biggest fans.
Yes, like probably number three. Probably number 3 on the list of biggest fanboys of Warrior of Light. She has the idea.
The character most likely to have the balls to actually date the Warrior of Light eventually.
Yes. She has the idea of, can we use this technology, this sciencey stuff that we just talked about to, fix tempering? That giant problem we've had in the realm for literally tens of thousands of years.
Because it was the stuff that they did on the first, curing the light, that was the initial setup for this.
Yes. So before we deal with the whole Fandaniel showing up with Lunar Bahamut thing, we have a brief but important side story of we go delving into the research of the Allagans, aka what's the best way I can describe the Allagans?
Yeah, it's always their fault.
Yes.
Which they make fun of. I don't remember when the line comes, but there is a line in the game where you have a choice of what you want to say, and it can be. It seems like it's always the Allagans' fault, isn't it?
Yes, it's you. Yeah.
I think of it as ancient Greece for science.
Yeah, I guess the other analogy would be like these if you've seen the meme of wizards, like we can do no right or wrong, this would be the Allagans.
They have a little bit of the Borg mixed in there, where they are just assimilating races across the world.
Assimilating, conquering, sticking them into tubes to summon in more Bahamuts. Some level of degree there of things there.
They're the dad from.
Oh, sorry.
You said they're the dad from Full Metal Alchemist.
Yes.
Yeah, they're Hohenheim. I was gonna say they built a fucking moon to put Bahamut in as a power source.
They also
is the scale there were. Yes, they took Bahamut and went, oh, this is an Elder Dragon. He would be a great power source. Let's put him in a moon, and he just beams energy down to power our empire.
Man, Fusoya just went really bad, didn't he?
Yeah, basically. So
damn
Brian,
Lunarians.
I saw that look. What they did was they captured Bahamut, like Ronnie said, built a moon to contain him, threw him into space, and said, "You collect solar radiation and then beam it down to us."
They beam it down to the crystal tower.
Because that giant solar battery, that solar battery house I told you about.
Yeah. They use that to do whatever they want.
So did Bahamut get any sort of union benefits for that?
He got to eventually blow up Eorzea. That's how 1.0 ended.
Whenever you start playing the game, Brian, the cutscene you see at the beginning, that is the moon coming down, Bahamut shattering it, and it causing the cataclysm that ended the first game and started the second.
Bahamut showed up.
That's what destroyed Termina. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
You
got it.
Yeah.
But this shows you something. That is literally how 1.0 ended in the beginning of 2.0. We are still dealing with that in the current expansion. They don't drop plot points. Shit never stops mattering.
Yeah.
That's the kind of story this is. Everything matters, and it will come up when you least expect it.
All right, so when I start playing, I'll just have to remember Chekhov's moon. Got it. It's
Chekhov's moon.
It's Chekhov's moon.
Yes.
Got it. Yep.
So, So
If you see a moon in the background, it must be dropped by the end of the play. That's Chekhov's law.
Got it. Yep.
yes.
I'll jot that down. Moon drops at the end of the game.
Yeah. So we figure out a way to cure tempering, which is a very big deal. This is the like magical brainwashing things that make people pray to primals and keep them around.
We get to heal little, Gabu? Was that his name?
Gabu, yeah, Gabu.
Yeah, we got to heal little
Yeah.
Gabu. It was adorable.
And we
I
end.
clearly don't remember much from this.
Yeah, and then the science say, okay, we literally just basically discovered the cure for magic cancer. How can we not profit from it and benefit as many people as we humanly possibly can?
Because the Scions are socialists. That's what you're saying.
Yes. They believe in benefit of all mankind, literally and figuratively. So they decide that we're going to talk to the quote unquote beast tribe, which are now just tribal, like the more monstrous races.
Which they
Same.
literally just changed in the patch that we are currently on.
Yes.
They are now tribes.
Yes. And they say, hey, we discovered a cure for tempering. If you want it, just, talk to us. We'll show you how to do it. And
What do you know? Curing cancer brings people together.
yes.
Strange.
And the tribes,
That's weird.
yes. And the various tribes go, you're not bullshitting us, right? Like, you're not bullshitting us? Because we've done this before, where you guys said, we're going to promise you the world, and then you take literally the land away from us. In a very not Native American and colonization
I was going to say,
mindset.
Final Fantasy XIV is the history of colonization, the MMO.
Yes.
At least in A Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
Well, I do appreciate several times during A Realm Reborn, the Scions go, I know they're killing your people, but didn't you steal their land?
Yes.
And the leaders are like, yes, we know, but they're killing us now. Can you help?
Oh, so they're about as useful as the Elder Gods in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
So
The couple times that the leaders of the states join us in battle are some of the best moments in the series, but there's only like 3 or 4 of them.
at this point in time, we are friends with 4 of them. Hien, Kane-Senna, Merlewhip, and
We're friends with pretty much all of the... We brought all the Eorzean ones together at this point.
yes, and we have Hien.
And we have Hien from outside.
Yeah. The only non-combatant is Nanamo. So, or is it Nanamo? Is that the Empress's name in Ul'dah?
No, not Nanamo, Ul'Namo, yes.
Yeah, she's a politician, and
Because she had Raban up until recently.
yes, and Raban became the head of. He became the general of the
Yes.
Alamegan
I was
army.
gonna say, Lys is the head. So technically you have no combatant in Ul'dah and 2 combatants in Alamigo.
Yes.
Which is good, because, Alamigo needs some representation. They were the refugees coming across the Mexican border for a long time.
Basically. So we go and figure out this cure for tempering. And then, oh look, the Garleans make Magitech tempering towers. Great. That's end of 5.4. 5.5 is we go to deal with trying to do some research into the towers. We send people, allies of ours that have the Echo, which is the anti-tempering magical blessing that Hydaelyn gave us.
Mhm.
We sent a couple of them to investigate the towers beforehand because, we're not going to send our best. We're not going to send the Warrior of Light into one of these things. We don't know what the hell's inside of it first. That's main expansion content. That's not point X content. We send them in. They come back without. They suffer some injuries along the way. One of them gets paralyzed or injured or leg broken or cut off or something. They don't really go into the details of how this characters injured other than being he's wheelchair bound now?
They show us a little clip of the battle, and they cut away right before he gets hit with something.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever actually see what it was, but we see him in the battle, and then he gets hit and it goes dark.
The person delivering the hit is a dark Ifrit.
Yeah.
So we end 5.5 with Eorzea preparing to deal with the towers after seeing that there are the towers are tempering people, forcing them into the tower, then they get stuck in pods to summon corrupted versions of the primals that we've already run into, which is your Dark Bahamut, your Dark Ifrits, and so on and so forth.
Little sidebar. Speaking of Lunar Bahamut, we also go to speak with Tiamat again. I think that's who the dragon was. Basically tell her that there's this false sort of reflection of her beloved being used for negative things, being used to temper her children, and she's pissed. And so she lets us break her bonds basically, and she comes to fuck some shit up.
Yeah.
Alongside us, and that's a cool ass dungeon.
Yeah. It's a very nice dungeon. Brief interlude too is that we cured the tempering of Tiamat too, because she was tempered. Yeah, she was tempered to believe in Bahamut and pray to him, but she maintained enough wherewithal to be like, I can't do that because I know what's going to happen. Therefore, I'm going to remain in my giant Pokeball here until for infinity. But infinity had an expiration date because we cured her magic cancer.
To clarify something for Brian, when we talk about Bahamut was a real creature in this world who was married to Tiamat. But Bahamut died, and she summoned basically his spirit as a primal, and that's what we've been talking about this whole time when we say Bahamut. At no point in the actual story of 14 that we play has actual Bahamut been alive.
Ah, all right. So you're dealing with dead Bahamut.
Yes. Bahamut, the Lord of Dragons, is dead. This is basically him as a god. And Tiamat was tricked into summoning him and regrets the bastardized form of her mate that she gave life to.
Ah.
She didn't know what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
She was tricked into it.
Curse is foiled again.
Yeah.
The onus for why we're going to Endwalker, one of the various places and locales we go to, is during this point in time, Eorzea is calling to all of its allies, being like, hey, Garner's going to invade us yet again. You guys want to come and help?
Gondor calls for aid.
Again. For the third time in 20 years.
Except this time people respond, unlike every other time where they went and fucked off.
Yeah, this time they responded by literally sending an envoy from old Charlian, which would be the Eorzean equivalent of Great Britain, and say, yeah, we're not going to help you guys. Oh, and by the way, I'm disowning my LSA and Alpha Node because I'm their father.
We're disowning you. And I literally came in. They imply that that's literally why he made the appearance in person, was just to disown his children. Otherwise, he could have just sent a letter.
Yeah.
This meeting could have been an email.
Exactly. It literally could have.
They're like, well, okay, if you're just telling us no like you always have, why are you here? And then he goes and disowns his children.
Yeah, see, the only reason he showed up initially was to talk to his talk to his kids one last time to make sure.
Not his grandkids. Grandpa Levier is a badass.
Yes, Grandpa Levier is the old man you see in the A Realm Reborn opening trailer. The dad shows up. The most
important character you don't meet in the game.
Yeah, pretty much. Dad shows up of Alpha Node and Alice and says, "Are you still on your heroing, world-saving bullshit, and they go, yes. All right, yes. And the friend says, okay, fine, you're your own. And they're like, wait, what? He's just like, yep,
What have I told you about saving people, young man? And you, young lady, put on some pants.
But I don't want to wear any pants.
Yes, but he disowns them and leaves. Like
her
almost,
shorts
like,
get
almost
shorter every expansion.
This is true.
Well, this time it's her mom's fault. So.
Yes. So, the Scions go, wait, they seem unusually certain that the, so Vandaniel's been going around calling he's going to quote-unquote remake the final days. And for Brian, what that means is, a long time ago, when the Ascians, first ruled everything, so like 10,000 plus years ago, the immortal ghost people.
Let me give your voice a break, Ron. Let me do this one.
Fine.
So, you have in the great past, you have when the world was whole, and you had beings there called you had beings there which had been referred to as the ancients at times, that had the ability to literally create life with their magic. They could create whatever they envisioned. But something happened which has always been unclear that ended their world. And all we knew about these final days before this were meteors coming down from the sky. This vision that all of us see when we get the Echo and the Blessing of Hydaelyn. We know from Shadowbringers that the Dark God Zodiark was created to stop the final days and allow the world to continue to exist. And then Hydaelyn was created to stop Zodiark from tempering everyone and controlling the entirety of the world, and she shattered the world into its 13 pieces. And that is the backstory that we know going into Endwalker, and in Endwalker, they clarify some stuff that we didn't know, or that they didn't give us clearly before now.
Yes, and Vandaniel's whole goal is he wants to recreate the final days, because Vandaniel has some knowledge of what occurred during the final days.
He's also a nihilist. Just straight up.
He's straight up Kafka nihilist. He's like, I just want to kill everyone and myself.
He is the closest character in 14 to Kefka. He has that whole life is meaningless, so let's just end things. Because it's less painful to be dead than to be alive.
Yeah, it sounds like a real winner right there.
Yeah, he really does. He was an unredeemable asshole for the first bunch of the expansion. I thought he was the worst villain that they'd created, and then they actually made me give a shit about him.
We'll get into that, because I have opinions. I have opinions on that character.
Uh-huh. I'm just giving my opinion there for the first half of it, I'm like, they cannot make me empathize with this character at all. Don't even try. And then they're like, I mean, we're gonna try and you're gonna care. We're gonna do it. And they did.
And I felt you hate
bad
them.
About it. I felt bad about it.
So we go into Endwalker proper. With ending 5.5, with us trying to apply for passports to get into Old Charlie, and basically trying to get into Great Britain to figure out what the hell is going on in Old Charlie.
Before we went there, they already set up before we went there that they were going to be doing the Ilsebard contingent, and we were going to Charlian to see if we could get them to help.
Yes, or at least figure out what they know about the final days, because they imply they know something more than know what they're letting on.
So the Ilsebardian contingent is going to... We know that the Garlean Empire is in civil war, and it is falling apart, and all of Eorzea basically went, this is going to be the best time to both destroy the Empire and also try to save the lives of these people that are going to freeze to death otherwise, because The Garleans live in the North Pole.
Or Siberia, closest, one of the two.
Yes, actually Siberia is probably a better choice, because just like with Siberia, a bunch of people were forced there that didn't want to be there off of their own land, and that's the story of the Garleans. They were weak people who couldn't use magic, and they were forced into the frigid north by other races that took their land for themselves. And that's why the Garleans have this deep hatred for all foreigners and wanting to conquer the entirety of the world. Because they have... What?
Like you do.
Yeah, because they have this deep intergenerational trauma of losing everything, losing their land, and being forced into an inhospitable wasteland. As you do.
Yes.
So all the countries of Eorzea coming together, getting a contingent together to go to Garlemald, and we're going to Sharlayan to see if we can get them to participate. To convince Switzerland that it's a good idea to help.
Yes. Endwalker begins. We go to Old Sharlayan. Along the way, we talked on the boat ride to Sharlayan. We talked to Hydaelyn, and in a quote unquote physical form, she shows up as like a ghost spirit and talks to us on the boat and says some very cryptic things. We present any degree of distrust in her because we know that she's actually a primal technically. And she's like, okay, yeah, you have every reason to distrust me. However, I'm not the bad guy here, but you are not going to believe me when I say that.
So, remind me, was this the first time we saw Hydaelyn physically? Or did we see her as Vina before this?
We see the glowing image of her on the lake, the Silverchair Lake at the end of 5.5, but we don't see her full form until, like, her normal white robed form until the boat ride itself.
Okay.
Deja just dropped.
Yeah, I know. I'm wondering if I should go and check and see if she's having a technical issue. Ron, you can just keep going.
Yep, fine.
I'll be back.
Ookies.
Live show!
Yes.
It happens.
Yes. So we finish the boat ride. We go to Old Sharlayan. We enter through the passports. There's customs. We almost get discovered, but we have party members that are better at talking to people than Estinian is, and because Estinian is the flying brick of the party, where he is like, I am the one that's going to punch things. I'm not the one that's going to talk to people.
So basically, you're designated fighter. Like,
Yes.
I'm just the hired muscle.
Yes, pretty much.
As long as I don't have to do any talking, I hit things.
Yes. And Sharlayan is very much like anti-hitting things, like to the point where like they don't even like hitting things to defend themselves. So, so we eventually get through customs, A-OK, and set up shop, and start kind of investigating things there. Along the way, we meet with Daddy Levier again, and he scolds us for being nosy little assholes and says, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. And at the end of our initial investigation, we almost get found out. We don't quite get found out what the actual reason why we're there, because they did find out why we're there. They kick us off the island. But along
We're going
the way,
on a secret mission.
Yes, pretty much. But along the way, we find out that I'm trying to remember the other continent's name because it's a disservice to that continent.
That
Oh my
other
God.
continent.
Well, there's another like island nation that's like halfway between Eorzea and I don't remember Heian's homeland's country. Why do I not remember that country?
To Google.
I'm like Google, yeah, but basically we're like, it's Endwalker's like, not Middle East, but like oh my lord, my brain is failing me.
Uh-oh.
Like real bad. Like, why can I not remember this? I would say Ronnie helped me with this, but he's not here.
Ronnie is currently dealing with some technical issues, so...
Yes. So basically, they do a thing in Endwalker that they did to Shadowbringers where they said, hey, here's two story routes. You're going to eventually have to do both of them, but you can choose which one you want to do first. You can either continue to do some more snooping around the Australian, or you can go to this other continent to do some help out these people. And
Ronnie has...
Yes, Ronnie's returned.
Ronnie has reappeared.
Okay, so Deja is fallen asleep because she just got off of a 12-hour shift and didn't get to sleep before the podcast. So she thought it was better just to cut it off instead of falling asleep on stream.
On stream. All right.
That's a reasonable thing. Ronnie, can you help my brain out here, please? What is the name of the that's so two things. One, what is the name of the continent that he presides over? So I forget the name of it.
He presides over the Kingdom of Doma, but it is the continent... Oh, why can't I remember the name of it either? Yeah, I can't remember it either. 1 second. I can literally Google it while we're here.
The Rons are drawing a blank.
Resides over Doma, which is...
Othard.
Oh, Othard, yeah. Othard,
Yes.
sorry.
Othard, Othard. I don't think they've ever pronounced it.
They've never pronounced it, I think. And then where do we get teleported to help out the not India country?
Oh, Radzat Han's the name of the country.
Yes.
You mean the island?
Yes.
The island is Thavnir.
Yeah, so we teleport to Thavnir, which we've heard about before in various like lore bits of
that's where the dancer class comes from.
Yes, and also various fine woven Thavnirian silks and other food products. But we can teleport to Thavnir magically, because if we took a boat ride there, we probably would have had the world blow up before then.
Also, alchemical stuff came from there. I was actually surprised that I'm doing the 2.0, the Realm Reborn relic weapon, and one of the things you have to use is Thavnarian oil.
Yes.
So I sometimes don't realize how much they seeded of this game as early as the initial release.
Yes, Thavnir is known for, like Ronnie had said, a lot of alchemical products, along with a lot of like foods and silk goods.
Yep.
So we had to teleport to Thavnir, get a mild bout of.
It's fantasy India.
Yeah. We get a mild bout of what they call aether sickness, which is a mix of nausea and diarrhea.
That's not pleasant.
Yes. And along the way...
It's Thancred's favorite.
Yes. So we teleport there with Thancred and Estinian, and a thing we find out about Estinian at this point in time, that's been hinted at, but we now find out is like confirmation. Estinian is very bad with money. Like,
so okay, up until this point, Brian, Estinian has been the badass. He's been the Lancer, both figuratively and literally. If you're looking at the TV tropes definition, he is the guy who comes in, destroys stuff, looks cool, a man of few words. And in Endwalker, now that he's finally joined the group officially, we finally get to see him being a goofball like everybody else. And we get to see how merchants take advantage of him because he doesn't really understand how money works.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't understand. Okay, and to clarify, the reason why he doesn't understand how money works is because he is filthy, stinking rich. He just doesn't go around flaunting it.
No, he's not. He's not.
I thought he came from a noble family and they got blown up
Nope.
by dragons.
You're thinking Emmerich. So he came from a poor farming family. They were destroyed by Nidhogg's previous rage. The previous Azure Dragoon adopted him, took him in and trained him. The reason he doesn't know how money works is because he came from a poor family, and then when he became Azure Dragoon, Ishgard completely takes care of everything for him. Because he is a national hero. He doesn't have to spend money. He will walk in and they will just give him shit. So he doesn't understand when he's elsewhere, he understands how money works. He doesn't understand how to tell if he's being taken advantage of, because he has no idea of the value of things.
So basically,
It's good to be the
as an
king.
example, yes.
What'd you say, Brian?
Said it's good to be the king.
Yeah. Or the king's knight in this case. So as an example, we're trying to find some magic some fancy Pepto-Bismol. And one of the merchants tries to charge 30,000 gil for a bottle of Pepto-Bismol. And we're like, you do mean 300 gil, right? Because that's about the actual price of this thing.
And the guy's like, you gotta make a living.
And so
It's
we
just
find
supply
out
and, it's just supply and demand. It's not
Yeah, and
price gouging.
Here's the thing. Towards the end of the expansion, you will come back and talk to this guy again later, and he will try to con you, and one of the responses you can give to his question is, try again, I'm not a Stinian.
Yeah. But during this, we find out that the towers that we've seen in Eorzea and Doma and various other areas have also shown up in Theathnir and have basically kind of stuck the island in a weird quasi lockdown state because they don't know if they're about to be invaded. They don't know what this tower is. Any attempts they've made to try and research it, the soldiers come back all fork-are them old zombie brainwashed. And then they know that some of their citizens are being kidnapped and brought to it too, so they're very much on edge.
Yeah.
So we'll go to offer our services, being the Warrior of Light, being like, hey, we kind of know what this thing is. Do you want some help on this? And they go, okay, yeah, sure, we'll take some advice on this. Why don't you go talk to our alchemist people? Because they've been trying to figure out a way to resist tempering even before it happens.
And we're like, that sounds useful.
Yes.
Rather than cure the magical cancer, we can just prevent it? That sounds... I mean, it sounds like something we would never fund here, but, it sounds like a good idea.
Again,
That's why this is called fantasy.
Exactly. So we go to the alchemist. We talk to them, and we find out that they're basically trying to make a magic badge. They're basically trying to enchant a badge to protect our bodies to resist the magical cancer radiation. Along the way, we discover...
Literally up until this podcast, I had never thought of tempering as magical cancer, and now I can't unsee it.
It's technically... I mean, it's technically magical cancer radiation. So... And so... we talked to the alchemist. We discovered that these badges are being made with the scales of a great worm. Now, this means that this is a dragon that is... they're literally harvesting scales from a giant dragon that we know lives on this island somewhere. This is the youngest sibling of Bahamut and Tiamat. We know that this dragon is still alive and is still and resides somewhere on this island.
The youngest of the first brood, as they call them.
Yes.
The first brood being the children of... So here, this is something that'll be relevant later, but we didn't touch on. The Midgard Stormer brought his eggs from another world here. And
Yes.
that'll be relevant.
Yes. Dragons are not native
Dragons are
to.
not native to this world.
Yes, dragons are literally aliens.
So back to Chekhov's plot point.
Yes.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's not. Well, I mean, it is Chekhov's plot point.
It's
but
Chekhov's
it's not
plot point.
arbitrary. They've been building this for expansions. Like, we got parts of it in Heavensward, we got parts of it in Stormblood, so that we have a good setup before we come to this where it matters.
Exactly. And everyone goes, wait, you don't have this dragon like sucking a giant Pokeball or something, do you? It's like, no. This is a business arrangement between the dragon and the country. It's okay. We're not like taking advantage of the dragon. We're not like harvesting it against its will or nothing. Everyone gives like a weird like squinty eye, being like, "Are you sure?" I guess we're sure. I'm like, okay, we'll believe you for now, but if you're wrong, oh boy, if you're wrong. And anyway, we go test out the magic badges. We found they work. However, the person we go with that comes with us gets kidnapped by the tower. Because it's automated. That's what automated defense
Who
system.
is, I was going to say, I assume you were talking about Nidana?
Yes, Nidana.
Yeah, and Nidana, we should name drop her because she is an important character going forward. She is the senior alchemist at the Great Work, which is the alchemist center place that they built away from other places so their explosions don't destroy other people. And yeah, and we will be coming back to her a couple times throughout this expansion for all the gobbledygook.
Yes. So we found the magic badges work. However, she gets kidnapped and taken in by the tower because of automated defense systems.
So
we chase after her.
Have we touched on, because I don't know if you did it while I was gone, did we touch on what the towers actually are? Because we do know at this point that they're kidnapping beastmen to create the primals.
Yes,
okay.
That was mentioned. Yes, I did mention that in the 5.5 discussion. Yep.
Cool.
So
Sorry,
we go after.
I wasn't here for it.
That's okay. We go after her to try and make sure that she doesn't get stuck in one of the test tubes to make more primals. We fail in doing that, and along the way we run to Fandaniel, who we discover we've met in a previous
during the Crystal Tower raid.
Yes.
Wow! You look so much better dressed now.
Yes. We met a clone of his in the Crystal Tower because this jackass was originally in the Algan Empire known as Amon.
Mm-hmm. Which Ryan, you played Final Fantasy XIII. That's where he comes from, and it is literally they took the sprite and literally just made it the character. They made a full 3D version of him.
Nice.
If you remember what he looks like,
including the hat.
Yeah, he looks more ridiculous than Kefka.
And that's saying something.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've played Final Fantasy III, so
I'd say do a favor. Just Google Amon Final Fantasy and just look at his outfit. But what's important about knowing about him is he was one of the great minds of the Algan Empire. The Crystal Tower and Dalamud were both designs from him.
And cloning technology was probably came from him too.
It did. No, it absolutely did.
Oh, they did confirm that. Yeah. Yeah. So pretty much all the really, really, really bad things the Algans did, which is saying something.
Yeah, he created the cloning technology to bring Xande back.
Yeah.
So yeah, Amon did all of the bad things.
Yes, did on the scale of bad things the Algans did, which includes literally raising an entire continent into the sky.
So this guy here.
Yeah.
You can't probably see it.
I can't see it.
Hold on, let me minimize the
the overlay.
Yep. You gotta do some shifting here. Hang on.
Yep, that dude. Yes, I can see the blue and purple of the robe. Yeah, that's that jackass.
Ah! Jesus Christ, where'd you go? Where did my overlays go? That's okay.
Remember, people, this is live.
This is live. You get to see all this in glorious. but he looks like a freaking rave pirate.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, that is accurate.
Oh, that's why. Let me shift.
Which is fully accurate to what he looked like in the original game.
Yes.
Let me just move this out of the way. Him? You'll see it on your screen in a minute.
Yeah, that's him.
That's him? Okay.
The colors look a little off, but yes, that's him.
Yes.
Okay.
He's normally more bright. I
Yes.
think that's what he looks like during one of his attacks, isn't it?
Maybe. But anyway, we find out that that's Amon, is Fandaniel. I mean, okay, now we have even more reason to hate you because we have like 2 calamities worth of bullshit to blame on you.
Before we go, because this is actually an important thing that I don't think we touched on in the previous podcast, is how the Ascians work. So
Yes.
there are only 3 Ascians that have lived since before the final days. All the rest of them have died, and they will find somebody who has the reincarnated soul. The other Ascians will find somebody with the reincarnated soul, give them their memories back, and turn them into an Ascian. And that is what happened with Amon. He had the soul of the original Fandaniel, and they eventually chose to bring him into the fold and give him his memories back. So but one conflict you have throughout this expansion is you will see a little bit of conflict between the personality of Amon and the personality of the original Fandaniel.
Mm-hmm.
But that's true of all of the Ascians that aren't unsundered, which is what they call the 3 that have lived this long. And we've killed all of the 3 at this point.
Yes. We deliberately killed 2 and a third stuck in a giant solar battery as of right now.
We've killed all 3 of the unsundered, so all that's left are the non-originals, like Fandaniel.
Yes.
Which, that's a thing I'm gonna bring up later.
That's fair.
You know what I'm gonna fucking say.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm gonna say.
Uh-huh.
But
So-
we're not there yet.
Yes, we're not there yet. So we go back to Old Australian where the rest of the Scions are and go like, hey, here are the magic badges. We figured out a way to solve the magic cancer radiation from even affecting us to begin with. We have a way to now investigate the towers. Why don't we go and investigate the tower in Thavnir because they gave us the badges to begin with? And we go like, yeah, sure. That seems reasonable. So allies come with us. We go into the tower. We fight our way through it. Fight the 3 sisters, or the Magus sisters. Thank you.
Yeah, the Mega Sisters.
Oh, I remember those.
Yep.
And this is the Final Fantasy IV rendition of them.
So it's the Final Fantasy IV, so the original. You fight one as a boss, then you fight another as a boss, and then in the final battle you start with the 3rd, and then they all join in.
Is it the same strategy?
No, you don't have to kill them in that order, but it's still helpful if you do.
So suggested yes, but not necessary.
Yeah, it is not necessary. You can kill them in any order, but if you kill them in the classic order, it makes the fight easier.
Much easier. Because basically what ends up happening is that you do the mechanics of the first one, the mechanics of the second one, and then you get introduced to the mechanics of the third one, and then you have to do the mechanics of the first and the second one along at the same time as you're doing the mechanics of the third one.
It is chaotic. You don't normally get this level of chaos in a dungeon. Like, the level of mechanics that are going off. Now, notice, it's not that bad in that it's not like any of the mechanics are going to instantly wipe you, but the amount of mechanics going off is similar to, like, the Thornton fight. Like, it's just, like, it's a lot.
It's a lot of things, but again, like, what they do, which is a design philosophy they show throughout the entire game, is, especially during, like, story content, they give you a teaser of like, okay, here's what the mechanic's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Now do it.
Well, I mean, part of it is they were able to make the third battle as busy as it was because you spent the first 2 boss battles learning the mechanics.
Exactly.
So like this wasn't a complaint. I thought it was a really well done battle.
I
really
agree.
enjoyed it.
I agree.
But it's definitely a lot more than they usually put in a dungeon.
Yes, I agree. However, at this point in time, I feel like what they're saying is, listen, you're level 81. You probably should have played. You should know by now. Even by playing the free trial, you should know these mechanics because we've introduced all of them beforehand.
I am on board with them complicating the dungeons and stuff a little more than they had been.
Yes.
That is definitely a shift in their design philosophy, because previously they've typically kept the complications into the trials or the extreme versions.
Yes, exactly. But they are going, which is part of the reason why they're going back and redesigning some of these older dungeons, is they are introducing these mechanics in the older dungeons in the free trial version, so that way you get to see them get used throughout the expansions again and again and again.
I'm so happy that they have that for the dungeons they have been re-going through in A Realm Reborn, they have been standardizing the danger puddles to the modern symbols rather than the way they were before, where in a lot of the A Realm Reborn stuff they just kind of did whatever they wanted.
Yeah, and like
there was no consistency.
Yeah. And for Brian specifically, like beforehand, there were things that were presented to you in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward that you would not see very often, or you would see used only once and never see used again.
There were unique mechanics that you would never see again. There were mechanics that you would see continuing later, but they would use different symbols. So if you were familiar with them, so you wouldn't know. Like typically the way stuff works is they telegraph moves where you can see where they're going to be hitting. There's certain symbols that mean certain things that you learn.
Mm-hmm.
During A Realm Reborn, it's completely different symbols, and it
different symbols.
I'm glad they're standardizing it, because 1 second, you continue for a second. I think I hear something.
Yes, what they did in A Realm Reborn is they used different colors, different symbols, different shapes to signify like these danger markers, which they have since standardized in Heaven's Ward and onward. What they've been doing is going back and updating that modern design philosophy with all the older A Realm Reborn dungeons that really, really need it.
That makes sense, so you don't have to. It's kind of like road signs, so you don't have to learn, 2 different.
Exactly, it's like road signs. They're modernizing the road signs in A Realm Reborn, which is like the old roads of the base game. Which is a welcome change, and like they don't have to do that. Like this is the thing they didn't have to do, but they're choosing to go back and do it because they realize, because of the free trial and how unique this game is that you can have content that is technically 10 years old be relevant in today.
Yeah, I mean the game is 12 years old.
Yeah.
So, and shows no signs of stopping or slowing down at all.
Yes, exactly. And so like this is a compliment of the design philosophy of the battle team in general, is that the vast majority of mechanics you will see in dungeons and trials and trials and whatnot, they get reused again and again and again, but they get used in different ways. However, because they still use the same like road signs and symbols and things like that, you have an idea of like, okay, giant yellow line box. Okay, it's going to be some sort of line AOE attack. Purple pulsing eye symbol. Oh, it's a paralyzed mechanic. I have to look away from wherever this eye symbol is. Like actually physically turn your character and camera away from the eye symbol. Another thing would be like, oh, I have 4 arrows in like a north, south, east, west configuration pulsing on my character. this is called a stack mechanic. You have to have the other party member stack up with you to split the damage. And like that's that concept of being like, okay, there are things you need to be familiar with. The attacks will look different, like the effects are going to look different, but to not kill yourself or fail the fight, this is how you deal with it.
And they're just going in and standardizing them for
Exactly.
For any newcomers that jump onto this point, because the free trial is so huge.
Exactly. And it's re-enabled again. So so we go through, we defeat the dungeon, we kill the anima, who we figure out. I'm sorry, no, this is still three sisters. This is Mega Sister still.
Yep.
So we beat the Mega Sisters. Ronny, we beat the Mega Sisters and free everyone in that tower, right?
Yep. We get to the top of the tower, we beat the Mega Sisters, we find the giant energy machine thing that has a human arm inside of it. Estinian? Yeah. Oh, that's our reaction too. We're like, the fuck?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Suddenly, this has just become Betrayal at House on the Hill.
Yeah. For some reason, there's the console that is like beaming energy out of the tower to Garlemald is being powered by some human
by
arm.
An arm, and then what's his name? Estinian shows that he is still the most badass character and just one-shots this giant machine, just going straight through it.
Just straight LB3 is the thing, and just like blows it up.
Yeah, and then the tower starts to fall apart. And
not just fall apart, fade from existence.
Yes, and we all think we're gonna die, and then somehow we're all okay because Grahatia,
Catboy.
Yeah, Catboy from Shadowbringers. He uses a spell that he showcased in Shadowbringers, which lets you float. And he casts it on a massive enough scale to catch all, like, 300 people that are inside of this thing.
The D&D analogy would be he casts Featherfall at 9th level.
Yeah, he casts Featherfall as a 9th level spell.
Well done. The classic Deus Ex Machina that is so common in JRPGs.
But that's the thing. It's not, though. Because they made a big deal of him knowing this previously. Because I think, didn't he create the spell?
This is a spell that he created with the intent being, I'm working on float, but I want to make it fly.
Yeah. It was a plot point in the previous expansion, so when they pull it out here, it felt like a Chekhov's gun. It felt like...
Yeah, it's Chekhov's Featherfall.
Yeah, it's like, of course. This is what I mean by it feels like it all ties together. It is the opposite of pro wrestling in that rewards you for remembering the things that happened in the past.
Yeah, so
I say that with all love. I'm a fan of pro wrestling, that is not... Pro wrestling typically does not reward you for remembering more than 15 minutes in the past.
Yes. So, Gryle was working on float, partly because he liked the idea, because he wants to turn into fly. And then he was working alongside of it with Urianger, who is... he's one of the Prophecy Boy. He's one of the healers He's one of the healer NPCs of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Brian. And his thing is he can't swim. He can't. Shrimp cannot swim.
Whenever you play 14, Brian, Urianger is the one who speaks like he's from Shakespeare, and no one else does.
So Frog from Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's not that that's how they speak where he's from. No one else in the game speaks like this. The explanation, the legit in-universe explanation they give is he is obsessed with prophecies, and he read so many prophecies when he was a kid that he started speaking in the old language. That is the in-universe explanation they give for why he speaks the way he does.
Okay.
Yeah. So Urianger has a thing of he can't swim. He is horrifically bad at it. to the point where he has been trying to figure out how to walk on water.
He's not the only one.
He's not the only one that's bad
I
at
was
it.
going to say Alphino can't swim either.
He was bad at it. No, he got better. He could doggy
It's
paddle.
okay. He did get better, but he couldn't swim.
Yes. Alphino Fluorescent could not swim until he learned how to doggy paddle. So,
Yes. Alice swims like a fish.
yes.
Hence why they are opposites in all things.
Anyway, we so Catboy says everyone, we get invited to the capital city, which is Razadhan, and we get to meet with the satrap, which is like the political leader of Fafnir.
Which, before we go any farther, I really need to say how beautiful Fafnir and Radzat-Han is. Like,
They definitely paid close attention to that India design, and they made it faithful without being pretentious. I guess
it doesn't feel like appropriation. It feels like a genuine appreciation of the culture. Like,
yes.
it feels like somebody lived in an Indian history and an Indian art book for a long time before they started like designing this. And it paid. It is gorgeous. The whole area. This game has a lot of pretty places. It is one of the prettiest places in the game.
Yeah. So we meet with the Satrap, and he thanks us for saving the entire people and Nadana, and how can we ever repay you for helping save our people? And you see,
have we talked about how Estinian was giving that kid the side eye?
Yeah. No, we actually haven't mentioned the kid at all.
Because we should have. He's been around by this point.
Yes. So, mind you, Brian, a Chekhov's gun thing for you. We meet a kid who is like an aide to the satrap, and Estinian gives him like a weird side eye, being like, "Are you sure you haven't met a dragon anytime recently?" He's like, "No. I mean, I've been working with the scales. I've been helping give the scales to the alchemist."
He also asks us, because we noticed something as well because of our connection to Midgard Sormer from Heavensward when Midgard Sormer tied himself to us.
Yes.
So we all go, that kid's associated with dragons.
In some way, shape, or form.
There's a dragon of the first brood here. We all, at this point, the game kind of led us to make the connection of he's a servant of the dragon or something else.
Yes. We find out that the satrap is not who we thought it was, or is presenting himself to be. Estinian just straight out goes out and says it, and says, "Hey, man, dragon behind the curtain, you want to show yourself?"
Literally directly behind where we are, there's a giant curtain, and Estinian goes, "Yeah, there's a dragon behind there. I can smell the dragon behind there. You want to introduce us?"
They pull that from the proverbial curtain.
And there is Vritra, the youngest of the first brood, and the true ruler of Radzat-Han. He felt like if the mortals knew that a dragon led them, there would be issues. So the satrap is his servant who gives direction to the rest of the city. But he is the true protector of the island since before humans ever came to it.
Just pulls back the curtain and just suddenly yells, "It's me, Austin!"
Yeah. So plot point for Brian. Dragons derive the majority of their power and existence from their eyes. Like literally, the eyes of a dragon are near bottomless wells of energy.
A big plot point in Heavensward was the humans there stole the eyes of one of the first brood dragons and killed her, and that was what started this massive war that lasted 1,000 years, which is what the major story of Heavensward is us dealing with this war between man and dragon.
So we're talking to Vitra, and Estinian points out, "Hey, you have an eye missing. Where's your eye?" And the boy besides us goes, "Hi, I'm Vitra too." He stuck his eye in an alchemical body made by the alchemists, so that way he could walk in disguise amongst his people and make sure that the people are well taken care of.
So we've been alongside the dragon this whole time.
Ah, all right, cool.
Yes. And he's basically just like, listen, forgive me here. 2 of your party members have killed multiple dragons, including the guy who has a very pointy lance, and his job is literally the Azure Dragoon, and has killed thousands of dragons.
His job is to kill dragons. And hey, aren't you the people who killed Nidhogg, my literal brother? Yes, we did. But we also saved your sister Tiamat. Doesn't that count for something?
So he's
Something,
like,
anything, a drop.
So,
We
yeah.
we laid Bahamut to rest.
So, yeah,
Probably. It's not a required quest, so maybe you didn't do it.
So he's like, you can forgive me for being a little apprehensive, but I'm still thinking you're probably on my people anyway. And Estinian correctly shows character growth and says, I'm not angry at the dragons anymore. I want to be more of a peace broker and make amends.
Basically, he goes, I'm still going to fight dragons that hurt people and do all this stuff, but I've also know that dragons aren't just that. You've done right by your people. I have no issue with you.
Yeah. So the dragon agrees to preside more scales to the Ilsapar contingent, so that way we can go into Garlemald, save the people, and kill Xenos.
Brian, I have a question.
Yes.
Is this all just gobbledygook to you at this point? Is it?
Mostly yes.
Fair enough.
Okay. Just checking.
It's also a thing to mention that we're about 2 hours in, and or an hour and a half actually, and we're not even at level 83 yet.
Yeah, I know. We haven't hit level 83 yet. We haven't killed Zodiark. Yes, spoiler, but still, the fact that it happened so fucking early in the expansion.
Yeah.
See, the good thing about this is that, you know, after this is all said and done, like, I'm gonna forget most of this.
Yes,
I know.
That is the benefit. Yeah, that is the benefit you have, Brian. Is we're spoiling all the story, but it's going to go in one ear, out the other, and you won't remember for 6 months.
I'm hoping all you take from this is, hey, this thing sounded cool, or that thing sounded cool. Maybe I should look into this someday.
That is the hope, because I'd say, again, the only thing that is preventing me now from playing this game is time.
Yes.
I mean, they've even revised the Realm Reborn main quest line. It's still a little painful, but it's way better than it used to be.
Yeah.
They cut out, a third of the quests, redid the dungeons to make them more interesting. They did a bunch of stuff to it. I think there's more coming, but... Because it seems like they're still redoing more dungeons.
They're going to be doing
And
more.
that's still very interesting to know that they're still polishing it 12 years later.
Well, it's a thing that they've realized and that they needed to kind of lean more into is there's a good story here, and Final Fantasy has usually always been known for being a single-player game.
A Realm Reborn has a great idea under it, but it had a lot of fat on it that could be trimmed. And they have decided, as the expansions go on, to not do the typical MMO thing of just leaving the old stuff there and just focusing on new content. They're like, we have new players coming all the time. We should probably make sure the old stuff is exactly as good as the new stuff is. Now, they're not going to rewrite a Realm Reborn, so there's still going to be a little bit of pacing weirdness, but it's twice as good as it was when I did it.
Yeah.
Easily.
And it's also a thing, too, is that they're trying to allow it to be more of a single-player game, so that other than doing a handful of, 8-man content where you're kind of required to do it with other MMO players...
You can play any of the main story dungeons, or you will be able to play all the main story dungeons through the duty support or trust system, which lets you do them with NPCs. So you don't have to play with another player other than 3 times, and you can get through the entire story. And those 3 times are the trials at the end of each expansion.
Yeah.
Because they haven't added 8-man content to it yet, but they did in Endwalker, so I feel like they're going to do that eventually.
They will probably eventually allow the vast majority of the content and the story, the main story quest stuff, to be done with NPCs.
What they've said is they will not add the NPCs to the optional content because they want people to have to interact with others, but that you should be able to do the entire main story without interacting with another human being if you want.
Yes.
No, you can still do all the dungeons and stuff with people if that's the way you prefer.
Yeah, or friends or something like that.
Yeah.
I
I prefer doing it with the characters because I like seeing their dialogue. And I like it when Alice steals my limit break.
Okay. So mind you, this isn't fully implemented yet. I believe they're currently working on the Heavens Award stuff for the. No, they just did the head of. They just finished
already
up the
started.
Heavens. Yeah. No, they just finished it because 6.2's thing during the promotion material was you can run the level 57 dungeon with Harshen.
I don't think they finished it. I'm pretty sure they at least have the patch content that they haven't done yet. But I actually think they didn't even finish the very end of Heaven's Sword yet.
They finished up. No, that was a big thing of 6.2 is Harshen. You can run through it's
either here nor there. I thought that they stopped at 57 and the next patch was going to bring the 57 through the patch content.
Maybe I could be wrong. But anyway, so that's kind of like going back to like why they're continually going back to updating this, because they realize they have a lot of story here that not everyone may want to engage with another person to experience a story. So they're letting people play as a solo game almost with a sub fee attached to it during the free trial, and at the end of the free trial, if you still don't like it after 80 hours of content, you're probably not going to like the game as a whole. But if you want to still play it for a story, we're still going to have to provide that as an option for you, which I kind of like. So back to the Endwalker discussion, we get more of the magic space radiation. We get more of the magic cancer radiation resisting badges for the Ilsabard contingent, and we go and to Alamigo, which is like the nearest country adjacent to Garlemald, and meet up with our allies there. This is also where you get to see a myriad of their various different cutscenes occur. So
multiple cutscenes will play in sequence. If you are currently queued for a dungeon, you should unqueue.
Yeah, or if you have or times you need to set aside ample time for it.
I was gonna say, Brian, they literally pop that up on screen
multiple times during the expansion.
If you multiple cutscenes are about to play in sequence, if you are currently queued for any dungeons, you should unqueue and allow yourself appropriate time.
That's really nice. That's a nice courtesy.
Yes.
Like I wish even more like not MMOs, like regular, console regular video games, like story heavy video games like Xenosaga.
Yes, so they've gotten better about it. And now they've always been good about it, but the joke comes from A Realm Reborn, because from the time you hit the button for the final part of A Realm Reborn to the end of the credits is 45 fucking minutes. It's a fucking movie.
Yeah.
I reiterate, Xenosaga, is that you?
They've been better about that now.
I've been streaming my playthrough of Xenosaga, and there have been times when like almost half my stream is the cutscenes.
And you finish the cutscene, you walk down a hallway, and it's another 20-minute cutscene.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So Xenosaga is a game that I've played some of the first one. I really need to just sit down and go through all of them, because they're very interesting, but I'm aware of how notorious they are for that.
Yes. Yeah. Luckily they're all skippable, but just if you're playing
If you're
through.
skipping them, if you're skipping RPG cutscenes, what's the point of playing an RPG?
I mean, yes, but I mean, like, if you go through this 45-minute cutscene, boss battle, die,
and then lose, yes, you can skip
you
it.
can
Yes.
skip that.
At that point, if you couldn't, you just burn the disc.
Yeah, it's just like
Throw it in a fire.
that's it. But yeah, so I'm glad that Final Fantasy XIV gives you a courtesy saying that this is about to happen. I wish more games did that.
Yeah. So, to get back on track with the story, we go into Garlemald. We meet some resistance along the way, but we make our way and make a base camp. Camp Glass Lake? Camp Glass or something?
That sounds right, but I have so many notes written down about names of places
Yeah.
and people, and then you ask the one thing that I don't have.
Yeah.
1 second, I'm gonna look it up. You can keep going.
You keep going,
So-
and also you keep going. I have to just quickly check on April. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. But it's a thing too of like, but it shows. The reason why I mentioned that cutscene where we meet the Ultimate contingent is because that is a cutscene that can be wildly different depending upon the amount of content you've done.
It's so because there's so many things from different side quests and job quests, and depending on what jobs you have, they're all there no matter what. But you can only talk to the people who you've actually met in the game. So, like, I was there, and I had completely different people I could talk to than Deja did, who was right next to me.
Yep. And it's a thing that gets used later on near the end of the expansion.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that, though. So anyway, you make base camp in Garlemald, and you get an idea of how shitty living in Garlemald is. Even before the Civil War and the people being tempered and things like that happened.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as we said, like the original Garlean people had a beautiful, lush place to live in, and they were pushed out of it and pushed to this place where everything wants you dead, and have had to try to eke out an existence here. And it was a pretty poor existence up until they discovered Magitech, as introduced by Solus, aka Emmett Selk.
Mm-hmm.
And like that whole thing, like, if it wasn't for that, they would still be a minor power with no anything.
Yeah, very little going for them in terms of like economic growth.
Because there's nothing up there. Like, their only major resource is the ceruleum that powers the Magitech. And if they didn't have the Magitech, it's Camp Broken Glass.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, no problem. And I have the map up of Garlemald if we have any other locations.
So, we're going and exploring Garlemald, and we found that there's actually a contingent of Garlean soldiers that are not tempered here.
Mm-hmm.
And that this is a contingent of the Garlean soldiers. This is the first contingent?
Yep. This is the remnants of the First Legion, and their legatus Quintus is still there.
Yes.
He's
alive, injured, but still alive.
And we meet Euless.
Yes.
Yes.
And the duty of the first contingent is basically to guard Garlemald, like, as a whole, from enemies foreign and domestic.
Yes. And they are one of the two sides that was fighting in the Civil War.
Yes. The other side being, the rest of the tempered Garlean Empire.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, they were fighting because before the tempering happened, they were fighting. Crap. Who the fuck was they? They didn't support anyone to be the new emperor, but they felt that the person trying to take the empire was the one who assassinated the emperor, so they were fighting against him. And then the tempering happened.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones that were out there that are untempered were ones that were near a radio
Yes.
that they had. We find out that the radios by accident have been set up with the same kind of ethereal setup as the protection brooches that we wear.
Yes, the magic they used to make the radios, by happenstance, had a similar anti-tempering radiation.
If it's that
field.
easy, you think they would have found it in the last couple hundred years, rather than two of them getting found by accident.
Well, keep in mind, the radio is a quote-unquote new technology, even by Garley standards.
I know, and I'm just going like, that's one of the ones that feels a little coincidental.
It's a little coincidental, and I don't blame them, but they needed a way to show how to make a way to make the Garleans sympathetic, and like this is how they can do it. We get some very emotionally difficult content given to us in the form of Garlean civilians who are so terrified of the Eorzean people, the Eorzean like the non-Garlean
they would rather
race.
die than accept our help.
Yes, they would rather die than accept our magical help, because magic is foreign and dangerous to them.
New Yorkers.
No, not even New Yorkers. Like this would be.
I get a lot of parallels to Japan and their propaganda during World War II, where they would talk about how if you were ever taken by the Americans, they were going to rape you or they were going to kill you. Like, put yourself out of your misery. Don't surrender, because you're going to go through worse if you surrender.
Exactly.
That's what the Garleans think of the Eorzeans.
Yeah.
They literally think the Eorzeans are bestial savages. Doesn't one of them think that the Eorzeans are cannibals? Isn't that something one of them says?
I don't remember that particularly, but
I think it was a side quest, not in the main scenario. But
Might be a
either
side
way,
quest.
like, they have a very low opinion of Eorzeans, and they're basically like, yeah, we're probably better off offing ourselves rather than accepting these people's help.
would no joke to that. The MSQ straight up says these civilians, when they are hurt, hungry, thirsty, and not properly geared to resist the cold elements, would rather brave those things than accept aid from the quote unquote as the savages.
Yeah. Which, hey, this parallels how we treated the beast tribes for 3 expansions.
And parallels real life in a myriad of other ways.
I mean,
this is fucking terrible.
Yes, and I mean, like I said, this is absolutely paralleling the Japanese propaganda in World War II.
It's propaganda of other militaristic countries as a whole.
Oh, it's happened a bunch of times, but they definitely were paralleling to their own game how not we necessarily, but how the civilized races of Eorzea treated the beast tribes early on, and now they're getting treated the same way.
Yep. So we eventually meet with Quintus, like you said, the leader of the first legion, and we get taken prisoner. We get coerced into helping them because they basically stick shock collars on Alcé and Alphato.
They don't put it on us because they go, "Oh yeah, no, I know who that is. That's the Warrior of Light. Don't even bother."
Yeah.
Well, it won't do anything.
Yeah.
Collar their friends. They'll care if we shock them.
Yeah. Don't put the 10,000 volt collar on the Warrior of Light. It will be as if it is a light tickle to them.
Yeah.
It's like literally like a literal.
How they'll find a way to draw on its power and just start shooting force lightning. They'll figure it out.
Yeah. So we run some errands for the Garleans. We get to learn how shitty things are for them, like since the Civil Wars happened.
And then shit gets real.
Well, no, shit hasn't gotten real yet.
I know, but we're getting there.
Yeah. So eventually
shit gets real, and then it gets realer.
Oh yes. So yeah, like currently, like things are like a 6. We're like, this is pretty bad. The first decides that all of our errand running in our attempts to parlay peace with them is not going to work. They're going to attempt to use us as leverage and hostage to get the resources that they need to.
The implication is that they made this decision, it wasn't that they decided it didn't work, that they made this decision and that us doing this helping stuff was just killing time while they set stuff up.
Yeah. However, our allies during all this are not being mindless NPC idiots. They are still doing their job of trying to, coordinate peace efforts and humanitarian aid throughout the realm. And along the way, they get past some information from various other legions of the Garlean Empire that are outside of Garlemald.
They figured out what happened to us before we tell them.
Yeah.
And it was one of the good moments of, oh yeah, no, they're actually competent, unlike in a lot of games.
Yes, our NPCs are actually competent people. The world continues to move forward without us being there. So we find out during this that not only were they expecting the First Legion to be backstabbers and trying to assault them, but even after forcing the First to surrender, that they're still offering humanitarian aid. And the message they have to pass along is that the remaining forces of the 10th, the 7th, and the 12th Legion
have all... They
suffered so much heavy casualties in attempting to try and blow up the towers themselves that they can't do anymore. They had to surrender.
The Garlean Empire is over. All that's left is the First, and the First was given a message from the other legions to stand down.
Yeah.
So we go back. We tell Quintus that...
No. We don't need to tell Quintus that. We had the Lucius guy, the soldier guy we met early on.
Jules?
Yes, Jules. Jules is on a communique line with Quintus and tells this to Quintus, and Quintus agrees to stand down.
He gives the order to his people to do what they would do. They leave. And Brian, he puts a gun to his head and commits suicide.
Yeah. He knows.
And we're like, because it cuts away and it's like, oh, so yeah, he you know how it is. Like, it looks like he's going to do something. They don't actually show it. You get back there and you find the corpse and blood on the wall.
Yeah. And mind you, like, it's not even like a second or two. Mind you, is cut screen, gunshot. You walk in, there's blood splatter on the Garlean standard, and his corpse is on the ground. And
before he shoots, he says that he would rather die with the Garlean Empire than live without it.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a person that believes...
And devoted his life to the Empire. And he was one, honestly, compared to some of the Garleans we've seen, he was a reasonable person. If the Emperor had decided to try to make peace, I think he would have been okay with it, but he wasn't going to live without the Empire.
Yes, he was so devoted and believed in the Emperor himself that he would rather die with the Empire and the Emperor than live without it.
Than learn to live another way.
Yeah.
That's kind of a thing for all the Garleans, is because they were so beaten down, they have all this in their history, they have such a pride of being a self-made people that the entire concept of seeking aid is foreign to them.
How very Javert of them.
But
on the other hand, they have a heavy community focus, so they're not entirely individualistic. They just, as a society, don't want to seek aid from other societies.
We care about Garleans and no one else. Everyone else can go fuck themselves. We will care about any other Garlean.
Nobody helped us when we were down, so why would we, communicate with any of them?
Yes. So we go back to our base camp, continue the efforts of humanitarian aid and peace offerings to the rest of the Garleans, who at this point in time finally start accepting our aid. And to the point of like Jules is we get a cutscene of Jules literally crying over a cup of coffee.
That's one of those really nice, just little moments that the game does so well.
Yes, and there's this soft music playing of hope and redemption, and being hey, things can turn around. Maybe we can start doing some real good here. And then Fandango shows up and it steals us. Like, literally kidnaps us.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying
Yes.
And
we're
we
going
are
to take that
having
hope. We're
dinner
going to take
with,
that hope, and we're going to snuff it out at the source.
and we're having dinner with Xenos.
Yes, like literally, Fandango kidnaps us, teleports us to the a banquet
throne
table,
room.
a banquet table in a tower to have dinner with Xenos.
He wants to give us dinner and a movie.
Yes, and Xenos is like, listen, I'm just doing all this to get really fucking angry at me because I'm a combat sexual and man, I am really backed up.
Oh.
And he says, you want to know how I can make you really, really angry? I figured out how to do the body hopping thing. I've also figured out how to pull your soul out of your body.
So how about I take your body, go back and kill your friends when they think it's you? Let's do that. That's going to be fun. And they do that.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Pulls
Yes.
you out of your body, takes over, and goes back to your friends, and they gave you a chance. You're stuck in the body of an Imperial soldier, hurt, and they go, see if you can run across Garlemald and get there before he kills everyone you know and love.
Because Xenos wants you to experience the frustration and the he wants you to grow stronger by how he got stronger by doing the exact same thing you did or he did.
He wants you to be angry because he wants you to fight him at your best. That's his whole point. He doesn't even really care about killing other people. He just doesn't value their lives.
Yeah. So we do like a little like Metal Gear Solid-esque kind of like stealthing and like selective combats section, which on release was actually really fucking hard. Like, that was like a really fucking hard thing to do on release. They toned it down since then, so it's a little bit easier now. But on release, like doing that was really freaking hard to do. So we eventually in our soul in our possessed body get to our Xenos possessed body in time before he does anything too stupid with it. Although our allies realize fairly early on.
Also,
Yeah,
you
it's
have
not
you have a frickin' timer
Yeah,
on the thing
30-minute timer
of how long before they get to you, and you have to make it across the map with no way to fight, avoiding all of the enemies, so limping, so going at the walking speed.
Yeah.
And
God.
it's just and you're like, so you can't run. So you have to strategize your way across, around all the enemies, and it just that timer really puts a frickin' tension on this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but so Xenos in our body is kind of like walks up to the base camp, and everyone goes like, "Oh, hey, you disappeared," and like we don't go. We're like, we're the stoic like hero. We don't talk. But usually when the stoic hero doesn't talk, we have like a jovial face or like a neutral face. We put on like a little sinister grin almost, and just this sinister grin is enough to make Alice and Catboy go, "Wait, that's not the hero."
No, it was enough for them to think there was something wrong. Y'shtola's the one who could tell that it wasn't us.
Oh yes.
Because Y'shtola, she lost her sight in A Realm Reborn when she had to jump into the life stream basically, and when she came out, she was blind, and she had to learn magic that lets her. Basically, what she does is she doesn't see people; she sees the ether of the world. Yeah. So when you come up, she goes, what are you talking about? That's not the Warrior of Light. The ether's completely wrong. That's Xenos."
For Brian, she teleported without the safety locks on.
Yeah.
She's got a constant detect magic.
Basically.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I love that they never forget that. Anytime something like this happens, they always remember she is able to figure her way past so many of these things because she's got true sight on. She's got true sight from D&D all the time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, however, we in our possessed bodies show up, stop Xenos from like causing any actual damage. And Xenos is like, "Are you pissed off enough now? Why don't you come fight me in my tower?" So we go to, so he kind of like, so we end up swapping bodies again. So our soul goes back to our original body. He goes back to his original body. We go into the Tower of Babel to go and fight Xenos.
Hey, wait a minute. I know that tower.
Yes, you do. Well,
Uh-huh.
we did the Tower of Zot earlier, and now we're doing the Tower of Babel. This
Thanks.
whole okay, I'm not joking here. This entire expansion is a Final Fantasy IV reference. All of it.
It's like, hey, wait a minute.
Yes.
Brian, we're going to the fucking moon soon.
And by soon, I mean literally at the end of this dungeon.
Yes.
Because this
On a
dungeon
whale? Are you going there on a whale?
No. I have the mail.
The whale's a $40 mount.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I own the whale. I had to buy it off the cash shop.
The lunar whale, Brian, no joke, the lunar whale is a $40 purchasable mount that can hold up to 8 people.
And it plays the Final Fantasy IV music when you're riding in it.
Oh, good. Good. Good.
Well, so we go through the dungeon, we get to the top of the tower.
And I want to know how much bank Square made off of that.
Oh, they made so much fucking money. They made so much money.
Here's the thing I will say about the cash shop in Final 14. It is remarkably they really don't upsell it in any way. Like, it is not predatory. But if you are into that stuff, oh, there's plenty of shit there for you.
The only thing that's a possible quote-unquote pay-to-win is one mount that's like $30, and it increases your walk speed when you get into a brand new zone. That's it.
It gives you the first mount increase.
Yes.
Regardless, I have that mount. I got it as part of a freaking Secret Santa in my guild for last Christmas.
Yeah. So that is the only thing that's really like a quote unquote pay to win. Everything else is just like cosmetics or convenience
and that is just convenience. Like, it gives you a 10% increase when you're first in a new area.
It saves
which is going to go away as soon as you can fly, because flying is faster.
It saves you at most like 10 minutes of exploration. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
So we get to the top of the tower. We fight Anima, who we figure out is the all that magic energy that's been beaming to Garlemald.
You remember that? You remember that body piece we found, Brian?
Mm-hmm.
It's a piece of Solus, the previous emperor, who they literally summoned as a primal, and that's what Anima is.
So it's not Genova.
No, it's not.
Okay.
We have surprisingly few Final Fantasy VII references in this. We have Costa del Sol.
The bike, the mount I mentioned is Fafnir from FF7.
Yes, Fenris.
Fenris, thank you.
Yes, it's Fenris from FF7. A couple Final Fantasy VII enemies have shown up in it, but
we have Cloud Strife as a month 2 reward subscription costume, I think.
Yeah, but in story or in stuff, there's been surprisingly little Final Fantasy VII. But here's the thing: that's what I said about Final Fantasy IV until this expansion. I fully expect that we're going to get a bunch of Final Fantasy VII at some point in the future, probably when we go to one of the other reflections.
Yes. Anyway, hang on. So we beat Anima. We figure out that Xenos and Fandaniel have been working together to take all this magical energy they've been siphoning from the entire world, turn it into a giant laser, and try and blow up the moon, basically. And it almost works. They blow up 5 of 6 magical seals that are on the moon, and Fandaniel's like, wait, this didn't blow up all the seals? Shit, alright, well, we'll just go and deal with the last one ourselves. And
if you want it done right, you gotta do it yourself.
Yep. And Xenos is like, come chase me to the moon. I'm sure you'll figure out a way to get there somehow. Oh, by the way, I had Anima's last telepathic message be blow up Garlemald. So go have your allies go deal with that. I just want a one-on-one with you.
So you go to the fucking moon.
Yeah, you take a teleport to the moon, and
the first thing you find there
Is Zemus.
no.
You
Close.
find the Watcher, who is. So I talked about earlier about how you had the world before everything was sundered, the pre-world before the first cataclysm.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those people, and you know it's one of those people because they're 25 fucking feet tall.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
So-
for whatever reason, the people in the past, or say the ancients in the past, were so etherically dense, their natural state was like 20 feet tall.
So we meet one of them who's been alive since then, and his job is to watch over Zodiark, the dark god of the Asians. And we literally can just look out and go, yeah, you see that giant chasm of energy? Yeah, that's Zodiark. Yeah, the final boss, the one that you've been wanting to deal with for four expansions and a main game. Yeah, he's right over there. You want to deal with them? It's level 83. We have 2/3 of the expansion left.
And keep in
And
mind,
now-
we've been live now for 2 hours, so...
I know. I'm trying to speed this up. So,
We don't have to go through every point.
I
I
know.
know that's how you guys do things.
Xenos' grand plan in all of this was, I'm going to steal Zodiark's body. You will fight me while I am in Zodiark's body, and it'll be the biggest fucking battle we have ever
And
had.
become Zodiark!
Uh-huh. If Daniel says, hang on a moment, before you two have your fight, I have one thing to say. I'm thinking his body just said, bye! He jumps in.
He jumps in, he takes over Zodiark, and frickin' Xenos is like, well, this fucked everything up. You're not gonna want to fight me now. You're busy you're gonna want to fight him. This ruined my night.
This is a real
Xenos has blue balls,
moment.
and
yeah,
is gonna
this
go...
is a real blue balls moment here, Fan Daniel. All right, you. He points to like the Warrior of Light. You go deal with your dumb thing. I'll head back
deal
to
with that. I know. He literally says, "I know you won't be able to concentrate on me until you deal with that." That's a quote.
He literally, yeah. He says, "I'll be back on the main planet when you're done with this bullshit."
Yeah, and he leaves. So you have to go and deal with that. Though, before we go and deal with that, first, if I remember correctly, tell me if I'm wrong, because maybe I'm getting the order wrong. We have to go meet the new race.
No, this is after we blow up Zodiark.
That's after?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So the only thing that's important before we go fight Zodiark is a thing that was meant we saw previously in Shadowbringers and gets used again in Endwalker. So Brian, you know in the MMO concept there's the thing called the Duty Finder, where you have like various you queue up for a dungeon, it throws you into a queue, and then you eventually go play with people through a random dungeon.
I don't. I've never played an MMO.
Okay.
Well, most MMOs have it now. They didn't. 14 was one of the first to have, like, they were the ones who popularized it.
Yes. In the universe, the Warrior of Light, you as the player character, have the soul, or the reincarnated soul of one of the of one of the Asians.
So
or one of the ancients, I should say.
So back at the beginning, before the final days, the people there were ruled by the Convocation, which had 14 members. You had 12 normal members, the leader, and then the seat of a Zem. And a Zem basically would go around the world and see how the choices that the Convocation made affected real people.
So basically,
Your soul is the soul of a Zem. And that's why you're related in all these things. And it's why in Shadowbringers, one of the Asians was trying so hard to make you join their side because he was friends with you back in the old days before your original soul.
before the final days happened.
And he's like, we could do this if I just had my friend alongside me. We could do this. We did the impossible back then.
Yes. And one of the things that the original is
fucking Emmett Selk. He's so good.
Is a good character. He's not a heroic character.
No, he's a good character, and that's what matters. You can have a good villain.
Yes. So to finish up the thing here, I'm trying to get to. One of the things Zem was known for was the ability to bring forth allies to his aid whenever he needed it. And
Whenever she needed it. Both of Zems we've seen were
Yes.
female. Well, no. For you, it would be male. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
No, one is the previous seed of a Zem, and then the
gender
last,
of your...
Yeah, it's whatever gender your character is.
Exactly. My character's female, so I think of Azem as female.
Yes.
But at least the previous Azem before us.
Now we assumed that this was not we assumed that this was the Azem just grabbed whoever was around him nearby and powered them up to help him fight whatever problem he needed to. No, he actually has a spell that he would
summon
use
people to come and fight for you.
For him, yeah.
And you got the crystal of Azem in Shadowbringers from the person I was talking about. So no, Hythlodius gave it to us. But either way, we have it and we use it.
Yes. So quite literally speaking, that duty finder I described is not only canon, it's also what you use to summon allies to your side whenever you need to allies from here on out.
Now, they don't clarify this exactly, but I feel like they hinted a little bit at what you're pulling are your soul pieces from the other reflections, so you're grabbing the other warriors of light.
That's a hint. The other assumption
they don't outright say it.
The other assumption is that you are grabbing other people who have been blessed with the echo, other people that would be quantified as warriors of light. In any case, we go summon forth allies with the Crystal of Azem, fight Zodiark, and kill him. Fandaniel...
No, we don't. We don't.
We fight him and defeat him. And
we fight him and beat him, and we're going to rechain him, and then, literally, inside of Zodiark, he goes, yeah, no, the whole point of this was for you to kill me, and he rips his own heart out, and goes, if you won't do it, I'll do it myself. And rips his own heart out and destroys it, because Zodiark, they created Zodiark to end the final days. So he wants the final days to happen. To have that happen, Zodiark has to die.
So Brian, I see the confused look. So remember, the current Zodiark we have, you fight, is possessed by Fandaniel, the nihilistic asshole who wants everyone and himself to die. We, as the Warrior of Light, cannot kill him because if Zodiark dies, the final days start up again.
Yeah, so we needed to defeat Zodiark. We couldn't kill Zodiark. So Fandaniel goes, I'll do the job myself, and rips his own heart out and goes, have fun with the final days, guys! Crushes his heart, dies.
Yeah.
So apparently Albedo from Xenosaga wandered into the game. And
yes! So this is the second half of this expansion. At least half, if not more than half, is, okay, the final boss is dead, the Ascian we dealt with is dead, the end of the world is here and we can't stop it, and we don't know why it happened in the first place. We have no villain at this point. Literally, the world is ending, people are transforming into monsters, and we have to both save people at the same time as we need to just figure out what the fuck is actually happening, because they've shown us this since the beginning of the game, but we've never, like, the ancients never figured out what this was. They stopped it by creating Zodiark, but they never found out what caused it.
So, just small problems to solve.
Yeah, small problems. Small problems. I was freaking out at this point in the expansion. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Even if he's not the final boss, I'm okay with that. But we kill Zodiark at level 83 or 84. We kill him like a third of the way into the expansion. He's the final boss. What the fuck is going to happen now? Bye,
What?
Kefka! I guess now we're going to try to figure out what else to do with this world!
And the funny thing is, like a week before the game, the expansion released, Yoshida said, "We do something around level 83 that's going to make people question what the fuck we're doing."
Yes! Yes! Yes, he does!
Yeah, that's basically just him. It sounds like just.
Okay. This is the major point I wanted to bring up. This is one of my few actual complaints about this expansion. Ron, why the fuck are the other 7 or 8 surviving Asians not here when we're killing Zodiark? Why are they not either helping him or stopping Fandaniel? Either one would have made sense. Why do all of the remaining Asians not show up then when we're killing their god, and why do they never show up again?
If you mean why do the convocation members not show up?
That's what I mean. I don't mean the like Chalice, the 12th Chalice Asians. I mean these half of the surviving Asians, because we've only killed at most half, I think less than that are actually gone. What, we killed 4 or 5? We killed the 3.
So are
gone. Plus Nebralis.
To answer your question,
and Igiorm.
You have Nebralis, you have La Habrea,
you have
Igiorm, you have Emetzelk,
yeah.
You have Elidibus, you have Daniel.
Okay, 6.
So just with the main story quest, you have a minimum of 6. If you do all of Shadow Walkers, you kill another one. Actually, you kill one and convert another. So that's 8.
Okay, so we still have another 4. 5?
Yes, 4.
Yeah.
8. No, 6. 8.
No, because we are 1. Because we are.
So the 9. So 9. So 5.
Yeah, so 5. That's what I thought. So where the fuck are the 5 when we're killing their god? The whole purpose of their existence? The reason they're doing everything they're doing?
I'm stuck at the McDonald's drive-thru.
My personal assumption is they're still going forward with their plan of rejoining all the other shards. And they're off on the other shards.
But it doesn't matter if Zodiark is dead.
They don't know that. They don't have a constant feed. They don't have a constant live feed of that. They don't have a camera of live feed of a Zoom door.
So the point is that they don't know that.
They don't know.
If that was something they said, that's my only complaint. If they even just dropped a point of Fandaniel saying that he hid this from the others, it would have been fine. But they make no thing of it, and it's the one thing that just irks me, where I'm like, it doesn't line up with how they've acted in everything else leading up to this.
My personal opinion is a thing you've mentioned before. They always bring up plot points and plot holes. This is probably going to be a thing that will be mentioned later on.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I have faith in them. This bugs me until they deal with it, but I fully believe they will deal with it. Yes. I fully believe they will tie it in, even if it was unintended and they just didn't think of it. They will make it a plot point. Mm-hmm. But until they do, I'm gonna waggle my finger at them.
All right. So level 84 and part of level 85 even is literally us. Okay. Sorry, I should rephrase that. Level 84 is us dealing with the immediate aftermath of Zodiark being dead. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger teleport up to the moon after us to make sure that we're not dead and to figure out what the hell has happened. They all have a collective freak out of Zodiark being dead. And then the Watcher shows up and says, yeah, if that happened, I'm supposed to tell you to go talk to Hydalin's servants. They're over on the other side of that moon crater here.
Brian, do you remember Naming Way?
Yes, I do.
There's a race of them.
Yeah, there was a race of them in
No, I'm saying in this.
Yes.
They're called the Loporrits. They are Google Loporrit and just look at their Final Fantasy XIV design.
Loporritt.
I think there's 2 R's, but yes. It'll autocorrect. Loporrit for Final Fantasy XIV, and you'll pull it up.
All right, let's see what we got.
So mind you, Brian.
Oh.
Yeah. See.
So mind you, Brian. At this point in time,
and they use the name, and they use the naming structure. They name themselves after their jobs. So you have cooking way and living way, and like that's just how they name themselves.
So that them, the adorable like.
Yeah.
We'll see on the camera. We'll see it on the stream in about 10 seconds or so. So mind you, at this point in time, all we're told about them at this point in time is that they are Hydaelyn servants. So we assume they're going to be more ancient-looking things and not cute little 2-foot-tall bunny people.
Oh, they're so adorable, though.
They are. I love them. They're so good.
They're
so inept, but they're so good.
The cutscene with their introduction is one of the best, and it goes back to it provides a moment of levity and of like what the hell is going on in the game after a lot of serious, like, consequential world-ending things.
So
they break it up with levity.
So the Loporrit, as we find out here, their job, they were created by Hydaelyn to make the moon into a giant space shuttle, and if Zodiark ever died, they were to take everyone on the planet and take them to another solar system, because fuck off, the end of the world is coming, and she wanted people to survive, and she never found out a way to stop the end times. So the moon is literally, like, when you were like, did you take the whale to get to the moon? I went, no, but we're gonna take the moon to go to another solar system. So yeah, the Lunarian way.
Yes.
Yes! Yeah, exactly. Well, it's literally what the moon was in Final Fantasy IV.
Yes!
The Lunarians used it to get to this planet.
Yes!
Yes.
Yeah.
So Endwalker is basically Final Fantasy IV.
It's Final Fantasy IV in reverse. Except, well, as we'll find out later, the plan does not. The plan will not work the way they think it will.
Well,
but we're not there yet.
You're not there yet, and you're 2.5 hours in.
I know. I'm trying to speed this up. So, we talk with the Loporrits. We find out that they have been, quote unquote, working with our allies on the planet to
Hey, Charlie, what was that thing you were trying to keep from us? Oh, you're planning a giant exodus? Wow, that might have been nice to know. Thanks.
Yeah.
You're only on a need-to-know basis.
Do not say that's a spoiler, because everybody who plays this game should have known at this point when they go. Obvious.
Yeah. To be fair, Yushola and Uranje both go. So that's probably the Charlians. We can't confirm it, but it's the most logical explanation.
Did they actually say to one of the Loporrits that when they go, did our allies send you? And they go the forum, and they say yes.
Yes.
That happens. I don't remember if it's right now, but it happens.
So it's somewhere along this time. Anyway, Urianger stays on the moon to work with the Loporrits to help make sure that the living areas and the situation on the moon is a-okay to accept refugees from the planet if things go awry. In the meantime, we go back to the Earth. We go back to the planet. We head to Old Charlian and go, okay, we already know we can't even go to the Charlian first, because the moment we get back to the planet, Thavnir calls for aid because people are turning into monsters. The sky is raining meteors. We have no idea what the hell is going on. We're just being attacked.
Dogs and cats living together.
Yes,
mass hysteria.
Yeah, exactly. literally mass hysteria. People are dying. Things like that. All of 85 is dealing with a crisis in Thavnir and getting a taste of what the final days are. People are turning into monsters, killing other people.
Okay,
and
what we saw of the final days before was so the ancients had the ability to create life. I said that. They could create stuff with their mind. So in their final days, they lost control of their creation magic, and it started creating monsters that started killing people. Well, we don't have creation magics now. So we'll find out why later this happens, but instead, when we get the final days, we just turn into monsters if we get too emotional. If you lose yourself to a dark emotion, you literally transform into a monster, lose your humanity, your aether goes away, and there's no way to bring you back. So it doesn't just turn you into a monster, it kills your soul.
Yeah.
Game over, Return of Ganon.
Yes,
Yeah, pretty much.
exactly.
Yeah. And we know it's a strong emotion because we see during the investigation of this that one of the first people turned into a monster, turned into one even before it started raining meteors from the sky. And that's because he was possessed with he was overcome with dread at the thought of his business failing and having to fire his employees.
Which, by the way, this was a character we dealt with when we first showed up to Thavnair. So we were supposed to have a connection to the character. He was the first person we met when we came off the boat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so he turned into it, and he went on a rampage to the place that canceled his order. And started killing people.
Mm-hmm. And just that act of fear and terror caused more people to turn into monsters. Mm-hmm. And now it spreads like wildfire throughout the countryside.
I was going to say, it's a cycle. One person turns, they attack people, those people fall into despair because they're about to die, so they turn, and it just becomes a reinforcing cycle until someone kills all the creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So
along the way, we're trying to save however many people we can from turning.
Here's something we didn't touch on. That's kind of an important plot point. Unless you mentioned it when I was gone, we never talked about the Elpis flower.
No, we did not. We never mentioned the Elpis flower. So very brief.
When we met Heidelin on the ship, she gave us a flower.
No.
Did she not give it to us on the ship?
When we are in Old Charlian.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
When we are in Old Charlian and we're exploring Old Charlian, one of our allies gets temporarily possessed by Heidelin and says...
Kryle.
By Kryle. Heidelin possesses one of our allies and says, "Here is a flower. It's called Elpis. It has a connection to emotions. And this will be useful to you throughout your journey. Remember Elpis.
This will be the key to you."
Yes.
She specifically says that. And yes, Brian, Kryle from Final Fantasy V is just a person.
She's a Lalafell.
Okay.
And she's dressed exactly like she was in the game. Like, yellow cat ear hood and all.
Oh, that's Final Fantasy V, I haven't played in a long time.
Yeah. So
I have never completed Final Fantasy V. It's on my list. I think it was actually supposed to be the Final Fantasy I play this year.
Final Fantasy
I've played it before, I've never finished it.
It had the poor distinction of being released between 4 and 6.
Mm-hmm. It also had the poor distinction of not being brought to America.
For a long time, yes.
Uh-huh. I mean, I know it did eventually, but I mean, at the time, it did not get brought over.
So a couple times during this expansion up to this point, we've had cutscenes where the Elpis flower is a particular shade of a color or a particular hue because it's tied to the strongest emotion near it.
Yeah, and when we talked to Nidana about it earlier in the expansion, they tell us about this theoretical energy that suffuses the world. So aether is the energy that magic and physical things are made out of, and that's what we use for all of our magic. Aether is a huge thing in the game. But that there's a second kind of energy that is the energy of emotions and memory, and that the Elpis flower seems to be drawing on that. And it drops this idea that ends up becoming important as we go further on.
Yes. So the Elpis flower is in tune with this second, emotional spectrum of energy. And
so it's Green Lanterns. That's what we're talking about.
Kind of like Green Lantern thing, yeah. We see it be we actually see, there's a couple cutscenes where we see it become green during a warm homecoming dinner meal with our friends. We see it be blue during a moment of hope and joy and relief. However, when the Elpis flower is overcome with all this despair in the air and stuff, it literally disintegrates in our hand.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that as of right now, there is a overwhelming sense of despair and dread suffusing the entire area. It literally disintegrates in our hand.
Which that part never really makes sense to me, because as we find out later, the Elpis flower does have colors for negative emotions. So maybe it makes
sense. It makes sense when you realize just what is happening to our planet.
No, I get what's happening. Oh, you're saying that the Elpis... Okay.
Yeah.
I never made that connection. No, that makes sense.
So...
Because I'm like, we should just see the darker version of it, but if the Elpis is filled with that energy, then what would happen would happen. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Okay. So we are going through the countryside trying to save how many people we can. We cannot save everyone, but we do save some number of people. Mind you, while this is all happening, the Scions are trying to do the same thing. Estinian and Vitra are flying through the air, just like ping-ponging off of each other and blowing up however many flying enemies they can. And eventually, they get things relatively settled, so where Thavnir isn't in danger of being overrun and overcome by all this negative energy and emotion, turning people into monsters.
Yeah.
So we go to Old Charlian and say, hey, the Final Lands are literally here. And Old Charlian's like, okay, fine, we cannot keep our secret anymore. They release the magical lock on their memories, which is a thing that was brought up briefly and becomes important later. And they said, okay.
Basically, they had a magical enchantment that prevents them from speaking about any of this to outsiders to make sure that the secret never left the forum.
Mm-hmm.
And we found out about that earlier, we just didn't know what the lock was about. We knew they had it.
Yes. And the lock is that they've been working in tandem with Hydaelyn's servants on the moon, so if the Final Days ever did return, then all of Charlian can get on a ship and fly to the moon and flee the star. And Charlian's big on preservation of knowledge and things like that. So that was their main goal of being like, okay, if we're going to literally...
We're going to save all of the books and some people. Maybe.
Possibly.
No, they were better. I will give them credit. The Charlian people the forum were dicks earlier on, but I will give them credit. They legitimately...
They were dicks for a reason. They were dicks for a reason.
Yeah, they legitimately try to save everyone, but they do recognize the chances of them getting everyone off of the planet, even if there is space on the moon, is slim with how little time they have.
Mm-hmm.
They thought they had more time before this happened.
Yes, but then Fandano killed himself when he was in Zodiac's party. So, yeah. Oops. So, during this time, we were talking with them, and we had told about Elpis. And we're like, okay, well, Elpis is important for some reason. I forget what is the trigger that makes us go to the first.
So, I don't... So, the whole thing was going... Okay, we knew that the Elpis flower existed in the pre-Cataclysm days, and I don't remember why. But I know we already knew that at this point, and we went, well, inside of the Crystal Tower, we still have the soul of an Ascian. We have the soul of Elidibus. We could literally go and ask him about the Elpis flower. And we decided we're going to go to the first to go and do that. I don't remember why we knew that it was from the before times, but we did know at this point.
Hydaelyn, when she possessed Kryl, told us.
Okay. In my times, it was, she said something like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
In my times, the Elpis flower was seen as a blessing or some kind of
so we're like, well, there's one person we can ask about it. The only Ascian that we currently have that we can talk to.
Yeah, remember that giant solar battery? Well, it's also a giant memory bank, too.
It's
not
multifunctional.
necessarily that. We threw his soul inside of it, and then we're letting it dissipate.
Yeah.
That's how we killed him last time. So we go to do that, and when we're talking to him, he's like, hey, you guys already have time travel set up here. The Crystal Tower did it in Shadowbringers. What if I just send you back to before the Cataclysm, and you can go and see it for yourself?
And we're like,
you can do that?
Well, I am a giant battery now.
It's a Final Fantasy game. Of course you can time travel.
And by the way, Elpis Flower wasn't the name of the flower, you
Yeah.
idiots. Elpis was the name of the research station.
It was name of both.
Well, yeah.
He went, I don't know of an Elpis flower, but I know of Elpis. It was a location, and we find out when we're there that the flower was made and named after this place.
Yes. So, through Elidibus using up his energy...
We go back like a billion years into the past.
It's about 12,000 years.
I know
on the
it's not
epic.
that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We go 12,000 years into the past, and we get to meet the Asians before they were villains. We get to see them when they were still people.
Yep.
Especially
Well, yeah.
Emmett Selk, who is just the sassiest. I love him.
So hang
Also,
on.
We finally get to I'm not holding up. I'm gonna say we also get to meet Hythlodius, who we did meet before, but holy shit, Hythlodius is the best character in this expansion. I love them so much. Yes, Ron, now you can go back to the beginning. I needed to do that.
We go to Elpis. It is called the World Unsundered.
Yes.
We are an ethereal ghost. We can barely interact with anything around us.
But people who can see Ether can see us.
And normally,
Actually, everybody can see us. They think we're familiar.
let me finish because
Yeah.
this is an important thing.
Yeah.
When we go traveling to the past, a little bit straight up says you will basically be a force ghost. You cannot interact with anyone. You cannot talk to anyone. You can see things. You can hear things, but that's it.
But Emmett Selk and Hythlodius can see us because they have Aether Sight, and then Emmett Selk gives us Aether so we can manifest.
Mm-hmm.
See, I do remember.
So what happened? So hang on. So we need to explain why that happens. Though we get there and we're kind of like exploring the area, and while we're exploring, Emmett Selk and Hythlodius teleport in to conduct a survey of Elpis. This is a Hythlodius is actually the one sent to go do this. Emmett Selk tagged along because Hythlodius called in a favor.
Mm-hmm.
And while we're kind of like watching this scene unfold, Emmett Selk's kind of like looking around at the surroundings,
And
looks in
sees
our
you.
direction, pauses for a moment, and looks away. And we're like, okay, that's a little weird. Did he see us? I don't think he saw us because we're like force ghosts.
And
How
then
did he see it?
Hythlodius is like, "Hi, little one.
Yes. And then
You
Hythlodius,
broken?"
yeah, Hythlodius like kind of like walks up and goes like while talking to us or talking to Emmett Selk, goes like, "Oh, by the way, Emmett, you do see that little spirit thing there, don't you?" And Emmett Selk again looks in our direction, turns away, and says, "I haven't the foggiest idea of what you're talking about."
Yep. The sass on that man.
Yes. The reason why they see us is because they have aether sight. They can see the ether of a person. This includes their soul. This includes the color of their soul. And the reason why
they do what Y'shtola does later.
Yes. And the reason why they take notice of us is because we have the exact same color of soul as a close friend of theirs, aka the current Zem.
AKA us at this point in time.
Yes.
Which is one of the only major characters we don't meet.
And that is a deliberate thing on the developer's part.
Mm-hmm. I know.
So, mind you, Brian, we're still trying to observe time travel paradox problems here. So even if we interact with them and talk with them now, we can't tell them why we're here.
Right.
So,
all we can tell them is we're here to learn more about Elpis.
but that's not true. Even from the beginning, that's not true. We use the same time travel technology as the Crystal Tower, which was able to change the future. The warning he gave us was not to fuck with the past, because if we do, we will change our own future.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not that we can't change it, it's that we shouldn't, because who the fuck knows what will happen if you change it?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we don't listen.
To be fair, it's not like we don't try.
And I know, I agree. But it also is very much in our character that we wouldn't listen. We just try to do what's right.
So I know, I agree. So we're going and exploring Alpus with Emisselk and Hythlodaeus as basically being like bodyguards for us, for lack of a better term, basically just making sure, like following them, we're not going to cause too much trouble. Along the way, we meet the head researcher of Alpus, the guy who's currently running the place, an individual by the name of Hermes. Yes, same Hermes indication as the Greek god.
Okay. Brian, all the Asians, the Convocation, they all have the names of the Final Fantasy XII. What the fuck were they called in Final Fantasy XII? I was gonna say Aeons, and that's not right.
Esper? Are they Esper?
Yeah, they're probably Espers, but they have the names of them, but those are titles. Their real names are the Greek gods.
Ah.
So you'll find out over the course of this what each of their real names are. But at the beginning, we don't necessarily know who people are. We know Emisselk is who he is because he's using his title. But we don't we don't necessarily know who is who at first.
Okay.
And this is something we knew about. Like we'd seen their actual names before. We knew Emisselk's name is Hades, because he uses it when we fight him at the end of Shadowbringers. Yes, you can continue, Ron. Or he's frozen.
He froze. Yep. It looks like he froze because he's just still sitting there like his camera's frozen.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's more than just his camera, because he would have responded by now.
Yeah. Live show!
You wanna send him a message in case he doesn't know? Since he's still in here, he might think that we can hear him, and he can't.
Yeah.
And we can't.
Alright, hang on. Yeah, Let me just shoot him a message. Live show! There we go. Now he's dropped off. And now it's down to
End of show!
Now it's the two of us.
I mean, I could try to recount the story, but...
But no, this is it's just, again, I'm gonna forget most of this by the time we're done.
I know you will.
So
I know you will.
So it'll actually feel like I'll be playing this and it'll be fresh. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, they said something about this.
I will say where we're at. These are just some of the best characters in the series.
I mean,
Emisselk is the most well-developed villain that the Final Fantasy has ever had.
It just, I mean, and just all the names that you guys are throwing out there, I'm like, we're reaching like Tolkien levels of names, and like I can't keep track without a flowchart.
But you will when you play it. I
yes.
promise you. That, because if you have to think about it this way, consider the main game in each expansion like its own Final Fantasy. And you're not getting more information in each of the expansions than you would in a normal Final Fantasy. It just also builds on what came before.
Right.
So, by this point, we're dealing with 12 years of story, and since this is the climax, it's actually making more references to previous stuff than it typically does.
Okay.
So
this is actually the last expansion. They're not the.
No, but this is the end of this story. This is like the end game of Final Fantasy. The next expansion is going to be starting a fresh story.
Okay, but it will still be called Final Fantasy XIV.
It's still going to be the same, like, you're still playing the same character. Like, it's just going to be, this whole arc of this story is done, the world is moving on.
Okay.
Into something else. But the main villains of this entire series have been the Asians, and we kill their god. All the original Asians are gone. Like, the whole thing they were trying to do is ended. So Yeah.
So all of the main game and the expansions leading up to this point. This is the
Yeah. This is the big climax. It has the big climax at the end, and the patch content is now called A Newfound Adventure. Where you're just, it's like, well, you've been a hero for so long, you're supposed to just be an adventurer. Go and have a vacation. Go do something fun. So you just go and fuck off somewhere and, try to discover new things. I have some ideas of where it's going to be going in the next expansion. But yes, they're starting a fresh story now. Welcome back, maybe?
Hopefully.
there he is.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, his internet shit itself. So
Yeah.
but he's back.
Yeah, back. How far?
Me and Brian were just shooting the shit while we were waiting for you.
That's fine.
Because we're live.
Yay.
I was telling him about how
Jeez.
Endwalker is the climax of this arc of Final Fantasy XIV, and we're going to be starting fresh after this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's accurate. So yeah, I was talking about Hermes, I think was the last I said, and we're talking about how they all use Greek naming conventions.
Yep.
Yes.
And along the way,
So
we meet.
You got Hermes, you got Hades, you got Hephaestus, you've got. There's at least one more we've been told, and I can't remember.
Athena.
Athena, yep.
So along the way, we meet Hermes, and we meet a project that he's been working on called Meteon. Now, mind you,
Who's this adorable little bird girl?
Yeah, mind you, when I say project, I mean the person that's a bird girl.
Hmm.
Um,
At first, I thought that she was what was going to become Garuda. I thought we were seeing the origins of the myths of the primals, and that's not what it ended up being. But when I first saw her, that was where my brain went.
I kind of realized what this was going to be when
I figured it out pretty quickly. But when I first saw her, that's where my brain went. Was we were going to see the origins of the original primals.
And it's an observation that we had told a little about the Meteon project, which is Meteon is an entity that is, comparably speaking to the rest of the creatures that we've been told about and met, is very etherically thin. She does not have very much aether making up her person.
She was made to manipulate that other energy that we talked about. And she was made to be a hive mind in that she has sisters.
Yes. Hermes calls this other energy dynamis. So if aether is the energy of matter and magic, dynamis would be the energy of emotion and memory.
Yeah. We know it's emotion, we know it's memory. I think we can arguably say it's just the energy of the mind in general, but that's not confirmed.
Yeah. And Hermes describes that this is an energy that's very hard to perceive, being that this is such an etherically dense race that they have.
The issue is, and this ties into the main plot of this, is aether is denser than this other stuff. So if the more ether you have, the harder it is for dynamis to affect you or for you to affect it. So to make something that can manipulate dynamis, they had to make Meteon really weak etherically.
Yes.
We're much weaker etherically now because we've been shattered. The modern day. I wonder if that affects something.
We'll get to that.
I caught on to that immediately.
Yes. To be fair, for longtime fans who have been paying attention to the plot points and the things mentioned in this game, they probably also caught on to it about the same time that you did too.
Yeah. I was gonna say I don't think that's a spoiler. That is I feel like most people probably caught on to where this was going pretty quickly, and they had that moment where the frickin' stomach just drops, and you go, "Oh fuck! I know where this is going, and it's nowhere good."
Yeah, the player knows what's happening. The character is blissfully ignorant.
Huh? What was that noise?
We just met the final boss, didn't we? Oh no!
Yeah.
She's a cute girl!
So we're exploring Elpis with Hermes, Emet-Selch, Hythlodaeus, and Meteion in tow. And along the way, we run into another Inassian by the name of Vana. And we get told that Vana was the previous
here's the
holder of
thing.
the seat of Zem.
Well, I was going to say, before we're even introduced to Vana, we see her and go, holy fuck, that's Hydaelyn. Because it's the body of Hydaelyn that we saw during this expansion.
Yes, it is.
And we're like, oh shit! And they're like, meet our friend, Vana! And we're like, okay, so we're getting the origin story now. What the fuck's going on? And you find out she was the previous Zem, and you know that you were a Zem, so this is the person who preceded you.
This basically means the old boss.
The old boss, much like the new boss.
Yes. And the first thing she says upon seeing you is, are you from the future?
Yeah! Nobody else catches on. First thing, you're from the future, aren't you? We're like, yes?
To which everyone else around us goes, that's bullshit.
The fuck? And she's like, well, they have my blessing, or the traveler's charm. And it's mine, and I've never met them before, so the only answer is time travel. And nobody else could have done this. I invented it, and it's using my energy. I can tell.
Just saying.
Yeah.
No, it's I love this,
yes.
Because how many times do you see shit happen and nobody believes it even when there's shit in front of their face? And she's like, oh yeah, no, that's the only answer. So we're just going to assume it's
That is
right.
the only logical answer is, I've never met you before. However, you have my magic. So the only way that's actually possible is if I have met you in the
Haven't met
future.
you yet.
Yeah, I haven't met you yet.
But then again, let's consider it this way. She is the retired Zem. If a Zem gets into the same shit we do, if she's retired at this point, think of the bullshit she's been through. This is probably the least of her concerns.
Yeah. So we're like, yes. And Emmett goes, okay, stop calling the bullshit. I've been putting up with your crap long enough. Why don't you tell us what's actually happening?
And well, first they want to go and sit down. They want to have it in private.
We want to get comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we go, we sit down, we explain to them everything, and the first response is Emmett going, bullshit. I have an issue with you describing me as an egotistical megalomaniac.
Well, you see.
So, quite literally, Brian, we explain the entire story from ARR to the present.
How they turn into villains.
Yes, and explain to them how they all become villains, or dead, or crystal mommies. Because the fan base calls Hydaelyn Crystal Mommy.
Okay.
It's first of all, it's weird. But second of all, the reason they call her that is because she is a mother goddess, and several characters in the story call her mother when they speak of her. Specifically, Minfilia calls her that. So that's where Crystal Mommy came from.
Okay.
Because whenever we see her, it's just a giant crystal. It's not until this expansion that we see her human form. So, Crystal Mommy.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's weird.
Makes sense, but all right. Continue.
Okay, so we explain this. Hythlodaeus and Emet-Selch call bullshit, and they're just going to leave and off and go to do their own bull thing.
Emet-Selch calls bullshit. Hythlodaeus goes, this could be true, but I would need more proof. And Vana goes, I absolutely believe you.
Yeah.
Those are the three.
So one, fuck you, one, maybe, and the other one's like, yes.
I feel like part of the reason why Vana trusts you is because the others go, you have similar aether to our friend, and Vana goes, you are identical to a Zem, which means if you're from the future, you are a Zem from the future. Yeah. So I'm going to trust you, you are my protege.
A minor thing that is mentioned is that they say that you, whatever character your parents you look like right now, they say that is what the current Azem looks like.
Yep.
So you are the literal splitting image of the current Azem in the past.
Yep. And that's like one thing they do tie into is, and we've got a little bit of it before, is how close Emmett Selk and Hythlodius were to Azem. In that the three of them often went on these adventures together, with Emmett Selk complaining all of the way because he can never be honest about his feelings.
And Hythlodius is just laughing like the little storytelling bastard that he is.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, because Hythlodius is just having a grand old time, and Emmett Selk is just being like, why the fuck are we doing this bullshit?
It makes Shadowbringers hurt so much more. Like, everything Emmett said in Shadowbringers now, like, I am gonna frickin' break down when I play through that in New Game Plus, because everything is recontextualized now.
So Emmett and Hythlodius leave, and we now join up with Vana. We talk with her, being like, okay, let's try and figure out what the hell is going on with your thing. And you still think that Hermes and Meteon are somehow involved, and it's just dynamist energy of some kind that is being involved. Well, Hermes is the one researching it the most, so we need to kind of learn more about Hermes. So we'll learn a little more about Hermes from the researchers that have been working with him.
So at this point, I forget, do we know who Hermes is?
We know
We do.
No. So what we know is that Hermes has been picked to become the next Van Daniel. Yes.
So we figured that out. We know that at this point.
Yes, he has been plucked to become the next Van Daniel because the current Van Daniel is going to retire.
Yeah. And that's why
by retire, he means kill himself and return to the ether flow, the flow of the planet.
And that's why Emmett is here. He's here scouting the next person to see if he should put his support behind it or not.
And Hermes is very against the idea of the current Van Daniel dying because Hermes has his mentor. His mentor, yeah. And Hermes already has trouble with how flippant the ancients are with their use and...
So, we hadn't actually talked about what Elpis is.
Yes.
Elpis is a facility... So, I said before that the ancients could create life. Well, at this point in time, the ancients create life, test it in places like Elpis, decide whether that life is worth living or not, if it's helpful to the world as a whole, and that's Elpis's job, is to judge the worth of these creations or whether they should be destroyed. And Hermes, despite being the leader of Elpis, is not on board with this whole we deal with life very lightly here and don't really care about...
Yeah, he is very... the ancients as a whole are very flippant with how they treat life. They do not care too much about it because they can create it. The only lives they tend to care about are their own people.
And they don't even care about their own in the way that you would see in the modern day.
Yeah, they're just thinking, whatever.
Well, if
it fails, it fails. Yeah. We can always.
Yeah. If it fails, it fails. We can always make a better one.
For their lives, they see their lives as purpose-based. They find a purpose, they work for that purpose, and when they complete that purpose, they kill themselves so they can return to the planet and let somebody else continue.
Yeah.
How much could a life be worth? $10?
Yeah. Vana, who we talk about, who is Heidelin, she is weird that when she stepped down, she didn't kill herself. She chose to actually retire, which is something that happens, but it's rare.
Yeah.
So she is an outlier in the very fact that she is still alive right now.
And she actually kind of talks a little bit about that too, being like, the reason why I'm still alive is because I had a Nirvana-like moment, and I'm still exploring the world.
Well, also, I feel like it's more common for the Azems not to retire, just because the Azems at least from what we understand of that seat, they are meant to be outliers.
Yes, they're meant to be the outliers because they're always the oddball. They're always the one exploring the world compared to Convocation, which is kind of like ruling from on high.
Everybody else is theoretical, and Azem is the only one who gets their hands dirty.
Yes. Much to the chagrin, and like the Astians,
to the chagrin of the others.
Yeah, yes, and the Astians themselves even call out Azem as being like a weird little dude, being like, "Why are you go solving problems yourself? Why not just match it away?"
Because that's not actually Azem's job. It's not a problem that they do it, but their job is supposed to be going out and just seeing how the congregation's choices affect the world. They're not necessarily supposed... It's not their job to interfere. They can if they want. But Vana and the current Azem have made it their job to better the world. So hey, it's us. It's us as the Warrior of Light.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, what are we at now?
3 hours.
You're 3 hours.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So yeah, so mind you, we're around level 86 here. So things go sideways.
I hope you have dinner plans, Brian.
It's going to be takeout at this point. So
so
eventually, April's going to wake up from her nap and be like, "Hey."
Yeah, I'm trying to speed this along. So,
I get you're trying to speed it along, but also if we don't have the moments that we can talk about the stuff we really enjoyed, then what's the point of doing it?
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's why I'm stopping whenever you get hyped about something.
I know.
Keep going.
So we have a little spar with Vana, and just kind of like see, she wants to kind of like test us out, see how strong we are. She has a grand old time with it. We go to a platform and get taught a little bit more nuancing about some of the blessings that Heideling eventually gives us. She talks about like how you can a thing that Vanal learned, and like I'm assuming the other Azem learns, i.e. us, is we have this thing called the Echo, and in how we've used it previously is it gives us a unbiased opinion of the events of the past as they occurred in that area. Usually in the game previously it's been presented to us as flashbacks and like a sepia tone, a little hazy, kind of like previously on.
Yeah, standard flashback stuff.
Yeah. Vanana says you can actually control when you want to use that. So why don't you kind of like focus on the emotion or moment you're trying to
which isn't entirely unique. We know people who could control parts of the Echo in our day. It's just never been something that the Warrior of Light has been able to do.
But that kind of like walks us through it a little bit and says if you want to use that this energy, this Echo to do so, here's how how you can do it. So we do it alongside her, and we see Hermes launch off a bunch of Medions into space to go and explore space. To go and find other life forms and other civilizations out there and communicate with them and ask them a particular question. And we don't know what that question is. But the most recent memory is that the Medians have made contact with a myriad number of other planets and life forms, and they're currently sending back their findings to the Median that's on the planet, and that data should be arriving, quote-unquote, soon.
Oh, hey! Now is soon. Maybe it's now.
But when will then be now?
Soon. So, Vana and us agree that we need to go talk to Hermes and figure out what the hell Median sisters are doing and what the question was. We go and meet up with Hermes and Meteon. Emet-Selk and Hythlodaeus are there, kind of like asking him like qualification questions and if he's still ready for the seat of Fandaniel. And while we're talking to Hermes and kind of like telling him, including him into what our purpose there is, Mion gets beamed back all that information from her sisters. And because it's not good news. And before she can tell that information, we get like an empathic like mind, the Xavier like headache image, Brian.
Okay.
She literally beams the emotion of fear and regret, and I have to run away. I cannot tell Hermes.
She runs, and she can turn invisible.
I cannot tell Hermes this information. If I tell this information to Hermes, it will destroy him. It will break him. She turns invisible and runs away, much to the chagrin of everyone else around here. We eventually track her down through a series of, like, basically casting fairy fire all over the fucking place till we eventually hit her.
We find her eventually. We can skip that whole part, but when
we eventually corner her, and Hermes forces her into telling the information. To which she starts going off in a very monotone voice of...
She interfaces the hive mind.
Yes.
And explains that every race that they found was either dead or about to die. Or killing themselves.
Yeah, literally, yeah. Like one planet is in an eternal ice age, one planet's a giant desert. One planet had one survivor, and when she asked the question, the survivor literally killed himself.
One planet, they reference it now, we find out more later, but one planet had a race that conquered death and found no purpose in life afterwards and ended their own existence.
Oh god.
She just keeps listing off world
terrible
after world.
Yeah,
it turns out
horrible things.
The only world that's still alive is the one they're on.
And Emmett and Hermes is like having a mental breakdown at this, and Emmett asks the question, what did you ask the dumb girl to begin with? And the question was, is there meaning behind life?
Or what is your meaning behind life?
Yeah, what is your meaning behind life? Yeah.
Because she was supposed to ask it to people, and she found a couple ones that were still alive at that time, but everyone's response was there is no meaning to life, that's why we're killing ourselves.
Yes.
There is no better, because Hermes was going, this place is shit, these people are shit, is there a reason to keep going? And his reason to keep going was, there's other places up there, hopefully one of them is better than here. And no, they're all worse.
Yeah. And Meteon is the hive mind is possessed by all these emotions of negative energy, all this negative dread and despair and like nihilistic oblivion hate.
And they decide that they're going to end this world because the only way to bring Hermes his peace is to end the world. Hermes breaks bad and goes, yes, this is what we must do. And then they leave. I'm missing something. I know I am. Yeah, I'm skipping shit. But what happens.
Well, the thing that happens is Hermes doesn't call bullshit outright because he wants to hear the entire report. He wants to hear every single planet and all the reportings that the sisters did. And Emmett, Selk, and Hythlodaeus are being like, okay, bullshit, we can get the report back at home base, back in Amarat, which is like the headquarters of the convocation.
We're going to need to do an investigation into this.
Yeah,
that's
we're
what they say.
Yeah, and we're going to do a thorough investigation on Meteon, including breaking her down. And Hermes like, you can't do that. I haven't heard her entire report yet. So he kidnaps her and teleports to their main research base and throws it in lockdown. So the dungeon that we go through at level 87 is us going through this research base with Emmett, Selk, Hythlodaeus as Vana, as acting as our NPCs.
And that research base is basically like the police box from Doctor Who. It's bigger on the inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the Magitech research facility.
Yeah. It kind of is. So we go through it. We fight Hermes, who powers up, and we still stomp his ass. He eventually hears the report.
So
and
there's something we didn't touch on earlier that is an important piece of information right now, and that is that they have the ability to wipe people's memories, and it is done in this building. they use it to wipe the memories of the animals when they need to start testing fresh.
Yes. Because it's easier to wipe the memories of a creature than it is just to unmake it and then remake it all over again.
So we knew this going in, that this was a possibility.
Yes. So we fight Hermes, and Medion continues her report, listing off her report. And Medion comes to the conclusion of, to grant Hermes the peace that he is looking for, to grant him the answer, we must deliver and cover this planet in a deluge of dynamis. This emotional energy. We will literally overpower ether to the point of like snuffing it out like a flame, and we will extinguish your star. And she becomes like a black goth bird.
So she's going across
evil.
the world. So Aether is denser than Dynamis, but if you collect all of the Dynamis across the universe and just shove it in one place, it'll eventually get to the point that it ends the world. That's what the final days are.
Yeah. So the
when
final
it reaches that point.
Yeah. So the final days are being caused by a little blue bird who gets so depressed that she decides to kill every existence entirely.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Hermes lets the bird escape because Hermes decides that in his duty as surveyor of Elpis, the director of testing all life, that the ancients are now on the chopping block and need to be tested. And to make the testing fair, he's going to wipe the memories of everyone there, including us.
So, some bullshit happens. Vana comes flying in on her flying dog. Her very furry flying dog. And you and Vana escape, but Emmett
Before the
Selk
mind wiping happens.
But Hythlodius and Emmett Selk lose their memories. Hence why this didn't... Like, this is a stable time loop. This is all what had to happen.
Yeah, this is a grandfather paradox. We had to go into the past to cause this bullshit to make sure the present stayed the present.
Yes, so, which I have issues with, because that means they're using the same method of time travel in two different ways, but that's fine. I'm a time travel purist. Choose one or the other. Or at least use different methods.
Yeah,
but either way, you guys escape. You and Vana retain your memories, but neither of them or Hermes remember what happened.
They get the bullshit reasoning that gets told to the machine of like what the mind wipe does is wipe all the memories and give them a vague recollection of, I was showing off Medion. Medion went berserk. Medion turned into a cloud of dust. Oopsies.
Yeah, and the machine went off by accident. That's what that's what they think happened. So you and Vana are there, and Vana's like, okay, well, this is where you're going to go back to the present, and I'm going to go on and become Hydaelyn and fight all of these thousands of years up to the present day where I wait for you to arrive. Where we will finish.
But Vana's plan was literally, you go to your present and try and solve your problem. I'm going to try and do what I can to stop the final days from occurring on my end.
Yeah, I'll meet you there. I'm going to take the long way.
Yeah, I'm taking the long way.
So you get through. Way. Holy shit! The first time you see Vana after this in the present, it's so good. So they do one of the best cutscenes in the frickin' game of Vana having a monologue, walking forward, representing her walking through time as stuff goes past her, as she's getting dirtier and dirtier as she's going forward, talking about how mankind has fallen from where they were, but that they can get back up, and that mankind can't fly anymore, but they will walk.
Yeah.
And it's such a fucking good scene.
It is both a good scene and it's also a good use of a particular song.
Yep.
Which they've used multiple times in the past, and we now get an idea of like how it's used in reference to the ancients.
Yep.
So anyway, we go back to the present. The time loop is stable. We now know how the final days has happened.
This cutscene gives me the tinglies.
Yeah. It is a very good cutscene, and I'm not going to spoil it as Ronnie did.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying it is a very good cutscene. It gives a lot of it shows the character and like why the fan base loves Vana so much.
Let's put it this way: anybody who's watching this is already getting everything spoiled for them. And if we only tell Brian the more boring stuff and we leave out the fun things, then he'll have nothing to actually make him want to play.
So
Fair
what
enough.
you're saying, this entire 3+
Fair
hours is just one big ringing ad from you.
Yeah, for Ronnie, yeah.
I mean, we all have to have a purpose.
We head back to the present. We head back to the main planet. We find out that the Australians wanted to go to Garlean and use the Tower of Babel to start teleporting people up to the moon.
They wanted to go to Garlemald.
Yes, Garlemald, sorry.
Yeah.
They wanted to go to Garlemald to send refugees up to the Tower of Babel because, remember, it's still a giant teleportation.
They
Circle to the moon.
send us to go and help just in case things go wrong, which, you know,
They do. So we show up, we fight off some bad guys. We run to Xenos. We run to Xenos again.
Who comes to our rescue? That happens before Xenos, doesn't it?
No, Xenos shows up at the end of all the fighting.
Did the remnants of the first don't show up with Euless first?
They show up, yeah. So
you're protecting the people. Shit goes bad, and then the Garleans show up that didn't want anything to do with you to save the day. You were able to convince them.
Yeah.
And then Xenos shows up.
Yeah.
Who's
Xenos
supposed to be their king.
Yeah, Xenos shows up, being like, this was a new thing I had to fight. It was surprisingly boring. All right, I'm bored now. Oh, you're back. But you're not focusing on me.
It's so great when Euless is going, you're supposed to be the Emperor? The bloodthirsty idiot?
Yeah.
This is what I fought and died for?
And Xenos literally replies, would it be better for you if I had a reason?
Yeah. Xenos is going, would it be better that you wasted your life if I had a good reason for it? Would that make you feel better? You'd waste your life either way. But would you feel better if I had one? It's so fucking good.
Yeah, Xenos is very much I don't care what anyone else thinks, I care about one thing and one thing only. And it is combat with that man right there. But he says, clearly you're still distracted. I'll come back another time.
Is this when Alice tells him off?
Yes, this is when Alice tells him off.
Oh my god. Deja, that is one of Deja's notes of Alice, of wanting to say that when Alice told him off and basically told him, you are obsessed with the Warrior of Light, you need to get a fucking life, and you really need, you need therapy.
Yeah, she basically calls him out, basically going like, you're so focused on him, you're not even caring about yourself or whatever it is that you want past this.
What are you going to do when one of you, if you beat the Warrior of Light, what would you do? Kill yourself so you can go fight them in the afterlife?
And Xenos doesn't answer her, but eventually we get a brief interlude of actually Xenos contemplating some of the things that she said.
Yeah. And we will see him again.
Xenos will return in a later time.
Oh, by the way, just because it's important for later, Brian, in Stormblood, Xenos merged with a primal and became a giant dragon.
Oh, all right.
You remember those eyes of Tiamat? Nidhogg?
He's the final boss of Stormblood.
Yes.
As a giant primal dragon who you kill, but he is able to survive.
Yes.
Because Final Fantasy.
Yes, that's Final Fantasy bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah. He
Xenos,
basically becomes a pseudo-Ascian.
Yeah. So Xenos walks off. The old Charlian people say, okay, we can't use the teleporter anymore because people are dying on the way there. We can't endanger these people anymore. We'll take them back to old Charlian for now. And Alphino convinces his dad, who is the guy leading this refugee camp people, of we have a proposal. We'll tell you what our proposal is, but if you agree to it, you have to actually let us talk to Heidelin.
Well, no, they went, we know how to, we can fix this for you, but if we do this, you have to do two things. You have to let us talk to Heidelin, and you have to consider our proposal to the forum. They didn't say they had to say yes. They just had to let us talk to Heidelin and consider our proposal. And they went, we've been dealing with this for 15 years and we haven't been able to figure it out. If you can figure it out in a couple hours, sure, more power to you.
Have fun, enjoy.
2 hours later, we solved the problem.
Yeah, exactly. Because we're the main character
we're the main
Final
character,
Fantasy.
Yeah. So the problem that they've been having, for lack of a better term, is their engine isn't fast enough.
Yeah, they have a ship. They can get it here and back, but they can't do it fast enough to be able to evacuate enough people at once. Especially since the end times have come sooner than they expected. We have a very short period of time.
These end times weren't supposed to be here yet.
Yeah,
exactly.
And they're not gonna be able to make their schedule to save the people of the world. So we need to fix the engine for them.
So
but
we call
more than just that.
Well, So what ends up happening is we get a cutscene of us as the Scions calling up allies, being like, "Hey, you want to do some Trials of Bahamut dungeon grinding for us and gather up some Allegan steel and adamantine? You want to grab some ether-infused relics from Othard and some really powerful crystals of energy for ether, and like basically calling up all our allies, basically being like,
yeah, we need metal from Dalamud."
Yeah. And Sid shows up along the way to help with the engineering problem because it's Sid.
I was gonna say, we just make some calls on our frickin' Link Pearl, which is our cell phone, and we're like, oh yeah, no, we've solved this already. It's all on its way. And they're like, we've been dealing with this for 15 fucking years. And we go, this is why you should have talked to us earlier. Do you feel stupid now?
Yeah.
Because you should.
Yeah. So the engines are getting worked on. By the way, the Loporrits came down and are helping with souping up the engines even more.
This becomes the big damn hero moment of them bringing people from every expansion together, bringing the supplies. You see like 30 or 40 different characters from all of the different expansions showing up with stuff.
If you did the optional content, you get the optional content of Coils of Bahamut, Void Ark, Rabanastra. We don't technically get.
You don't have to have finished. You don't have to have finished them though.
Yeah, you don't have to finish them. You just have to start them.
I didn't even do the first Rabanastra raid yet, but I did the first quest line to unlock it, and I had them there. Yeah. So you just have to have started them. Yeah,
but it's the idea of like you're calling on your allies,
and everyone shows up.
And everyone shows up because when the Warrior of Light says, "I need help," you get in your goddamn high horse and you go riding to help out the Warrior.
Yeah, because you saved people for frickin' four expansions in the main story. Like everyone's like, "Oh yeah, no, you." I remember when you saved our village, our town, our entire society. You stopped a 1,000-year war.
So it's the pre-final battle in Horizon Zero Dawn, where if you've done everything,
it's exactly that. Which I fucking loved that they did that. I love when they do that in games or movies or anime or anything.
Like, oh yeah, that character that you helped, 70 hours ago,
Yeah, they show up, yeah.
They're here with a spear, and they're gonna help.
Yeah. So you go and...
Which, by the way, I love that the final battle in Horizon is easier the more of them you do, because they actually help in the battle. So if you go through and don't help anyone, you have the hardest version of the end of the game.
Yep.
So
continue.
So, the Loporrits have come down from the moon, some of them have at least, to help with the engine problem too. So Loporrits are working with the Elsharlians to fix the engines and really get this, and Sid, to really juice up this engine. While they're working on that, you're going to go talk to Heidelin. We figured out that when we mean talking to Heidelin, we mean literally diving down into the core of the planet, which is
We're
not
going
a...
into the we're diving into the life stream, and as they tell us, so all souls return to the life stream, but they don't disappear immediately. They sit down there and they slowly fade away. And they went, if you have some people who don't like you, they might still be down there, so make sure you have your weapons ready, because there might be some people unhappy to see you. You've killed a lot of people in the last couple games, haven't you?
So along the way, we fight...
it's the Metal Gear Solid 3
it gets even better. It gets even better. So we fight 2 of the generals from Realm Reborn, and the last boss is Fandaniel for a 3rd time. Because fuck this asshole.
Fuck you.
But
it was really good that they gave Vivian and Livia another
go. But along the way, we do have allies helping us too. We have Papalimo, we have Infilia, and we have Iceheart.
Our friends who passed away come to help us.
Yeah.
Several times.
Thank you, Aragorn.
Yeah. Well, it's not. It'd be Boromir, I guess, wouldn't it?
This would be Boromir helping. Well, he's talking about Aragorn bringing the dead.
Yeah, I know. Yes. It'd be Boromir bringing the dead. Yes. Aragorn bringing the dead. Sorry. So we beat Fandaniel.
It would be if Aragorn brought Boromir back.
Yes.
To help fight.
Yeah. So we beat Fandaniel for a 3rd time, and now he's like actually well and truly like, okay, I'm going to fade into the live stream now. And who should show up but the fucking asshole of Asahi?
I fucking hate him, but I love that our us talking to him basically is him telling us to fuck ourselves, and we flip him off, and that's basically the dialogue.
Yeah, Asahi shows up because I can't believe my body was used to profane the good name of Xenos. I'm going to torture you for eternity. To the soul of Fandaniel.
That's not the way it's supposed to work.
Yes.
I fucking hate that guy.
Yes. Everyone hates Asahi.
I hate that guy.
More than anybody else in this entire game. I hate Asahi so much.
Yes. So we finally go and talk to Heidelin, and she's in a very different form than what we met her previously as Vana. Do you remember Terra's Esper form from Final Fantasy VI, Brian?
Oh, yes.
Heidelin looks like that.
It's like that, except made of white light and not pink.
Yes. And so we talk to her. We get to kind of confirm or to deny the time loop actually is proper.
And basically she goes, I created the moon and the Loporrits as a backup in case you can't do your job. And here's the way we're going to tell if you can do your job. For you to go off, you have to beat me first. Because if you can't beat me, you can't beat her. And you have to fight Heidelin to the death. You have to kill your goddess, the one who has been helping you through the whole thing, to prove you're good enough to save her world.
That's the 87 trial. Have fun fighting Heidelin. Or, sorry, 89 trial.
So we kill our goddess and get to go back to the top and go, hey, forum guys! Heidelin told us that we can go and kill Median. You're gonna give us your ship so we can go and kill her now?
Well, hang on. You're missing an important plot detail, though. There's an important plot detail, though. There's always been a problem with the ship. The fuel isn't strong enough to go as fast as you want.
You're right.
However, Heidelin, after we beat her, says, you see this giant crystal behind me, this thing I've been using as my body for the past 12,000 years? It's yours now. Have fun with it.
Here, use me as a power source.
Yeah. Literally, there's a giant...
So we're not just killing our goddess, we are profaning her body.
It's not even that. It's not even
you
that.
Kill her and turn her into fossil fuel. How dare you?
Brian,
we threw her in the freaking...
It's even better than that. It's her and all the energy of her followers that we're throwing into a giant fucking engine to go flying off to the edge of the universe to fight a little blue bird.
Yeah. So we go do that. but we have to do one other upgrade to the ship before we go. We are gonna take the primals with us. So we're literally taking Ifrit and Garuda and the other primals we've been fighting this whole time. We've turned them to our side, and they're helping with the ship.
Sid just has wonderful connections.
We're just bringing it all together.
Yeah, I do love how
There is something incredibly Marvel Cinematic Universe about all this.
But that's what this is. It's
Well, okay,
everything.
they mention it in that primal magic
It's
and
creation magic.
It's creation magic. And they say that when used properly, creation magic is meant to be used in service of a goal. The Ascians previously, when they used it, they corrupted the magic so that it was always taking from them.
They knew what they were doing, though. Like, they were teaching the corrupted version on purpose.
Yes.
Because they were trying to cause strife.
But, however, the primal magic that we're using now to fuel the engines is being used in the creation of a goal. Like, they're being used to serve a goal. We're using the magic as it was intended.
Yeah. We basically fixed the Veloperate, because they can still use creation magic. They fixed the rituals so that the primals aren't corrupting people anymore. That was a deliberate choice that the Ascians made when they taught it. Because that was the whole point. They were trying to cause discord. The primals don't have to do that.
Yes.
Which is going to be interesting, because I'm wondering if we're going to see beast tribes actually summoning primals in a positive way going forward now that they're not corrupting.
It'll be depending. Anyway, I do find there's a joke here. They don't necessarily say where Medion is. They just say it's the edge of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
They also say that the ship is traveling to assassination and will arrive there in 8 carats, 7 in a pinch. We have no idea what a carat is. They could be literally a carat. We have no idea how much time passes between one carat and the next. It just takes 8 carats to go from our planet to the edge of the universe, Brian.
All right. I mean, that's where you'll find Sora.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The name of the location we're going, they use as Ultima Thule, which I love because that is from Greek mythology, and I literally named an island in my D&D campaign about that the week before I got there in game. So that was hilarious.
Yeah. So we arrive at... So we're reaching the destination of where Meteon is. And all the instruments start going haywire, and Meteon shows up and teleports into our ship.
And she immediately starts killing everyone.
Yeah,
She talks a little bit first.
She talks a bit and literally, and then says, "Oh, okay, I'm going to start killing you all now. Have fun."
And she just
like she starts suffocating. She starts straight up suffocating.
And none of you were able to do anything other than Thancred, who decides he's going to be the badass, and he jumps at her
And tries to cut her
swings
down.
his weapon, and everything goes black.
Yep. We wake up some undetermined time later. We can breathe. There's terrain. We can walk around.
But Thancred's not there.
Thancred's not there.
Neither's Median. And you find out outside when you investigate a little bit first, but then you find Median, who tells you that Thancred sacrificed himself, and his willpower is what is holding this world together.
His
and allowing
desire
you to exist here.
His desire and hope to see his friends succeed is literally allowing you to exist in my domain.
Because this place, they stress multiple times, this location isn't really a location. It is a place ruled by dynamis and pure emotion. So the emotion of Thancred is what is making it a physical place that you can exist in.
And so long as Thancred's soul and desire exist, you continue existing. But the moment that runs out, you get snapped.
To create despair and hoard it, Median has brought. The question is, and this is the question I have for you, Ron. There are implications both that these are remnants of the races, but there were also implications that these are memories of the races she brought back. And both of those might be true. Maybe some are one, some are the other, but yes,
my
go ahead.
personal opinion is that Ultima Thule contains the souls of all those dead worlds and civilizations that Medion has, and she has collected it into a primal, a pure ball of dynamis that she is able to use and beam out to blow up other worlds with dynamis. And I believe what we are seeing is the remnants of these souls in the worlds of these denizens that we're running into.
The only thing that is confusing to me about that is it doesn't feel like the Omega people ever ended. That the Omicron.
Yeah, the Omicron. I understand what you mean. We don't know. We don't know.
I could see it being the memories of the dragons or the memories of the Aya.
Oh yeah.
But the Omicron definitely feel like they're a living.
I think my personal opinion, yes. My personal opinion is the Omicrons were dragged there by Medium because they have no other purpose.
Yeah.
So it's
because I could see it go the same way, because maybe those are some of the remnants of the dragons that were still left. Like that's the thing. I could see it go either way. That she dragged.
They don't really go too in detail on it. I think they're just like hand waving it, being like, "This is a place that exists. Don't think too hard on it."
I haven't done it yet. I'm curious if we're gonna get more details on it in the Omicron Beast Tribe.
We'll find out probably. So anyway, we landed Ultima Thule. We're on a current floating island in the middle of space, in the middle of the edge of the universe. And we're trying to figure out a way off of it.
As we obliquely mentioned, we start meeting races that Median discovered on her trek across the universe, and she's using those races to generate the despair that she's using here.
Yes.
So we get to see each of these races and discover why they wanted to die.
At their lowest.
Including, the first one we meet are the dragons. Literally where Midgard-Sormer is from, this are the same dragons that are on Eorzea. But one of them left, that was Midgard-Sormer, which we knew. These are the dragons from his planet.
And the rest just didn't leave or could not leave.
They found there was no worth left now that their race had basically been killed off. The couple survivors are basically like, yeah, there's no worth. Our planet is dead. Yeah. We are all going to die.
Our planet is dead. We're infertile. Our eggs are corrupted. We cannot have any new kids born. We're just going to literally lay down and turn to stone.
Yeah, investigating the eggs and finding them all corrupted or dead was...
Yeah.
But basically, the long and short of this area is we go through an area with one of the races. We discover which one of the people in this is the one with the highest amount of despair, and then one of our party members sacrifices themselves to purify the despair and open up the way to the next area. And we do that for each of the Scions, who each sacrifice themselves for us to move on.
For Astidian sacrificed himself in the dragon area to stoke their rage to allow his emotional current to allow them to progress to the next area.
Then we have, next we have Y'shtola and Urianger, thank you. I knew who it was. I couldn't remember his name for some reason.
The OA, the AO, is it AO or OA?
It's EA.
EA?
It's EA. They were a race who discovered the secret to immortality, and they are super scientifically minded. They discovered the inevitable end of the universe, and they became complete nihilists and basically went, the universe is going to end. We've done everything we can to stop it. We can't stop it, so why even bother? Everything's going to end eventually, so why not just kill ourselves now rather than waiting for it? We're immortal. We're going to be there at the end.
Yeah.
So may as well just do it now.
The
EA lost all desire to live.
The EA have come to the conclusion that it's the heat death of the universe. There is no way to stop it. Why continue living?
Yeah, they literally reference the heat death of the universe in a fantasy setting. I thought it was wonderful.
It was, yeah.
That's one thing about this. Yes, it is a setting with magic, but from the very beginning in 14, they have tied the fact that magic here is studied much the same way as science is here. Like arcanists, basically they're doing math magic. Like each of the magic is very scientific here, and there are people who study it the way we study science.
Yep. The third race we meet is the Omicrons. This is a race of ever-evolving technological robots.
So we met them before. They killed the dragons. One of them, Omega, followed Midgard-Stormer, and he is a raid boss.
Yep.
There's a whole raid based around him. So when we came into this and we found out we were dealing with the other races, it's like, oh, we're going to see the dragons, we're going to see the metal people, like, this is going to be great.
And the Omicron's despair was they were originally a weak race of flesh and blood that were being constantly conquered. They decided to use their science to make themselves more powerful and defeat their conquerors. And once they took over their world, they started globetrotting because there are other races out there that could eventually conquer them. And eventually...
Any race that's more powerful than them, they either have to become more powerful from to subjugate or kill, because nothing more powerful than them can exist, or eventually they will come into conflict. And they are terrified of that. They're basically the Garleans, but in space.
Yeah, Space Garleans ran to 11. And eventually they beat the dragons, and they come to the realization, their leader at the time comes to the realization of, there's no other stronger races out there. What purpose do we have for existing if we're not the strongest race?
Our purpose has been this for thousands of years. Why do we exist anymore? Because we've lost all natural desires because we're robots now. And part of the Omicron stuff when we're doing quests is convincing them that there is a worth to life outside of that, and that you can find other purposes.
Yep.
And they just released it. That is a 6.2 beast tribe where we're going to be dealing with them.
Yep. And then Graha Tia sacrifices himself to make pave the way to the next.
It was so good where he's basically like, yeah, no, I know you're going to bring me back, so this isn't really goodbye. I'm just going to go do what I got to do. And, like, it has been an honor to be able to walk alongside you for this long in this adventure. And it's just, oh my god, Graha, you are the best boy.
So we get to the next zone, and it's just Alice and Alphino. And we come across...
By the way, they're I do want to point out, to Brian, but also to anybody else who doesn't remember, they're the two of the first people you meet in the entire game. When the story starts, you're in a carriage being carried into the first town, and sitting beside you are Alice and Alphino asleep in the carriage. They are the first major characters in the game that you see. And just like they were there at the beginning, they're the last ones at the end.
Yep, you come to a domain where there is apparently no living inhabitants. Mitiana came across this planet when everyone had just recently disappeared. Like literally just like one day just vanished.
Why.
Yeah.
Median doesn't know why.
Median herself doesn't even know why.
But how are you going to progress? There's no despair left for you to get rid of. Everyone's dead.
Yeah. And so, but Alphino picks up on it that there is still one person here, is Median herself. And so they confront Median.
Pause. Can you and Brian shoot the ship for 30 seconds so I can go pee?
That's fine.
I don't want to miss this, but I've been holding it for like an hour now.
Okay, go do the thing.
Thank you.
Go do the thing.
So how things been with you, Brian?
So it's been so how long, like, I'm obviously you've played hundreds and hundreds of hours, like each expansion's main story.
About 40 hours per expansion.
Yeah, okay, so you get your freaking money's worth.
Yeah, no joke. The basics, the free trial, besides being free, it's about 60 to 80 hours with the story content. Just doing the main story.
And that's a Realm Reborn and what, the first expansion?
Heaven's Ward. Yes, Heaven's Ward, yeah. Stormblood is about 30 to 40 hours. Shadowbringers is a good 40 hours. Endwalker's also probably about 40 to 45 hours. And that's assuming you're playing at a reasonable pace and not blitzkrieging your way through all of the expansions as fast as you can.
Oh, no, yeah, I mean... And given that this is, you can play single player through most of this, it's...
Yeah. The only speed bump of single player edness you will run into, as of right now, will be Stormblood. You'll have to do some MMO-esque stuff during most of Stormblood. But even then, it's not that bad. And if you wait long enough, they'll probably will be adding more single-player focused content to allow you to play through the entire game, save for maybe 2 or 3 moments as a single-player story.
Well, you definitely get your money's worth. I mean, I want to play this. It's a time.
Yeah, no, it is a time, and it's definitely a thing. Like, let's say for a moment you do the free trial, and like you play the free trial to its completion. That's 80 hours of story right there. Even doing 2 hours a night, that's 40 days worth of story.
And that's, other provided you're not playing other games.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, the perpetual.
What are we talking about?
I was asking how long each expansion is, and you get your money's worth.
About the length of a full Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's 30 or 40 hours on average, and I said about 200 hours from.
Well, here's the thing: 30 to 40 hours of main content.
Yeah, that's what I said. If you focus on the MSQ only, it's about 30 to 40 hours per expansion.
If you do the additional raids, which all have story, which are not that particularly difficult to do, but like if you do the optional content because you want the full story like I do, that adds another 20 hours on top of it at least.
Probably 40.
I would say 42, but I could see if you're really good at it, probably being able to get through the stuff in 20.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it at least adds 20, if not 40 extra hours.
Awesome.
Yep.
Alrighty, so
and like I said, it's got amazing, like the optional content. A lot of it is very story relevant, and the best thing, and I've said this before, and I'll say this again, is they rewrite dialogue depending on what you do.
Yes, I remember you saying that in the last episode.
Yeah. So, like, if you do the Dragoon quest line where you meet Estinian as part of the quest line, when you do Heaven Sword and you meet Estinian, not only does he comment that he knows you, he normally doesn't trust you and you have to earn his trust. If you've done the Dragoon quest line, he instantly trusts you and all of his dialogue for the beginning of Heaven Sword is different. It's amazing that they've written multiple additional types of dialogue depending on what you've completed.
Yep.
Let's go back to Ultima Thule.
So back on Ultima Thule, Alpha pieces out that there is someone on this domain that does have despair. It's Medion herself.
Yeah.
And so the twins confronted Medion saying that you're afraid of the problem that you were presented with, and you couldn't even come up with an answer of your own because of your fear. And that
there was no answer, and you were afraid of bringing that to Hermes.
Yeah.
You were afraid of actually trying to work through this. So instead you decided it was easier to destroy everything than to try to work through those hard emotions.
Mm-hmm. So the twins sacrifice themselves, and now it's just us. It's just us in this domain of despair and dread. The quest line literally says the weight of 1,000 worlds rests on your shoulders.
But are we alone?
Yeah, and you can still walk on.
And as you walk on, as you reach certain points, you start hearing the voices of the people you've dealt with along the way.
You get voices of NPCs you've met along the way who have been impactful to you as a character at one point in time or another.
Mm-hmm. And you get some of the most iconic quotes from across like 12 years of this, as you walk up slowly to the final, the end.
Yes. The destination you've been aiming for this entire time is this giant, what they call a giant dead star in the middle of this domain.
Basically a black egg.
Yeah.
Black Egg of Despair.
Yeah, Black Egg of Despair, Death and Destruction. Normal Final Fantasy stuff.
So you get all the way up to it.
You get to it, and at the top of it is another Medion. And this one says, it's just me up here. Can't reach my domain because I'm right above you. There's no one else to help you. You lost all your friends.
You think that, don't you?
Minor plot point I forgot to mention because important now. When we met Heidelin and we fought her, the last thing she did before giving us the Mother Crystal, which is that giant crystal I told you about that we turned into fossil fuel, is she gave up the last of her energy to supercharge our Crystal of Azep. That says,
basically said you can use this to make that place that you're going to real and to summon others.
Allies, to summon allies to you that far away.
Mm.
And it's a plot point that's mentioned earlier in Ultima Thule 2 is Y'shtola literally says, you can use this magic that Hylian gave you to bring us back to life.
But if you do, the entire place falls apart, so don't do it.
Exactly. So you can't.
So you do something else.
So you summon up the souls of two other allies you've met a long, long, long time ago.
Hey, Emmett Kyphlodius! It's good to see you in the present! Do you have your memories back now? Oh, good! Let's finish this!
You summon up the souls of Emet and Hythlodaeus, who had their memories restored because...
which was explained in story. They literally, when it happened, Vanad told us, when they return to the Ethereal Sea, those memories will be, like, the block will be wiped.
Yep. Because the Ethereal Sea will wipe away any lingering magic, and you return to your undiluted form in the Ethereal Sea.
Yeah. So they both died. So now when we brought them back, they remember, and they are not happy.
Well, Emmett's not happy. Hythlodaeus is having a grand old time.
Okay, you're right. Hythlodaeus is having a blast.
Yes.
Hythlodaeus literally is like, I get to be here at the curtain call? This is great.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's a quote.
Yeah, no, he quite literally says, "Oh, come now, spinning for bring tale of strife and sacrifice, broken up with moments of levity. It has it all."
Yeah, it has it all.
Yes, they are the Wallace and Gromit. Or no, it's who are the old?
Because here's the thing: Hythlodaeus has been watching all of this unfold from the Ethereal Sea. So they're like, I get to play a role now. This is great.
Yeah, they're Emmet and Hythlodaeus at this moment are playing the two old guys from the
Statler and Waldorf.
Yeah, so the Statler and Waldorf being like,
Waldorf.
they're Statler and Waldorf being like, oh, we get to play this, we get to be a stage member now. This is fantastic. What can I do here?
So yeah,
rubbing their hands together, being like, oh, what can I do? What kind of chaos can I cause here?
Time to use some actual creation magic. You know, the real stuff.
Part of a balanced breakfast.
Yep. So they say they're going to use our memories to bring forth creation magic to disprove Medion's claim of despair being the only emotion in this domain.
Mm-hmm.
And so we summon. So with our memories, thankfully the character knows this because even me as a player didn't know what I would summon forth in that moment. But once I see what they summoned forth, it made perfect sense. Mm-hmm. The character provides the memory. Emmet and Hythlodaeus provide the magic, and we summon forth a field of Elpis flowers. And the Elpis flowers are in a bloom of rainbow colors of all spectrum.
In that they couldn't create a domain of pure despair, there were other emotions here as well.
And like you can't have despair only when you're dealing with emotions. Mm-hmm. It has to be the entire spectrum of dynamis, mm-hmm. which the Elpis flowers reflecting to Medion.
Yeah.
This convinces Medion, the actual Medion, by the way, not the hive mind, but the little blue mm-hmm. bird that flew off.
The actual person.
Yeah, the actual person, Medion.
Because that is a key thing. There are individuals and they form a hive mind, but they still have individual personalities and thoughts.
Yeah, so the Medion you met 12,000 years ago
is this one.
And she says, like, literally, stop me, please, because I don't want to do this.
I can't stop it. I can't stop the hive mind anymore. But I don't let me do this.
Yeah. And so Medion herself opens up the way for you to go and challenge the hive mind as a whole.
So, time to go and fight the End Singer.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Now OBS is screaming at me.
Okay. So with the Elpis Flowers now proving that that there is hope and other emotions here, MXL literally says you don't need to have your allies keeping existence from collapsing in on itself. You can summon them back to life.
Mm-hmm.
So we use the magic, summon them back. They're all returned in whole and form and shape with all their memories as from when we last left them.
And Emmett Selk and Hythlodius basically peace out. You don't need us anymore. You can take the glory.
Emmett literally says, I don't want to live by Heidelin's magic anymore.
Yeah,
Because
you're like, you don't have to leave. We brought you back. You can stay. And he's like, I would rather die than survive because of your magics. Or her magics.
Yeah. It's like, this is fun. I'm going to do this
Guilty
again
bitch.
sometime. Yeah. But another thing that happens too is we're kind of like, we give like a little like sad forlorn look at their departure. And then Emmett's like, you idiot. You have like 7 other shards and the entire world left to explore. Not to mention, you
And
still
so it
have,
starts listing off,
like,
have you gone here? Have you gone here? Have you gone here? Have you gone here? If you're going to be worthy of the mantle of Azem, you should have at least seen that much.
yeah. Basically, like, in a way, like dropping a hint at like future expansions and like future areas we could potentially go to.
Basically, telling the players, don't worry, we might be ending this story, but there's still more to come.
Yeah.
It's okay. We have plans.
Yep.
Don't cancel your subscriptions.
Yeah,
So we go into the giant egg.
we go into the last level 90 dungeon. We get to see several worlds that had fallen to despair and disease before Meteon showed up.
Yep. We got to see the 2 new ones that we got to see were the global community, which was a militaristic race that in the middle of a civil war went nuclear. It's literally the Cold War gone bad.
Yeah.
That's literally what it's meant to represent. It ends, we watch the person at the end pressing
Hit
the
the
button
button.
to end it, and he goes, it's all over. And then he has this expression, he goes,
Oh god, it's all over.
oh god, it's all over.
You have a world of
And
where,
the plenty. You can talk about it, but it's called the plenty.
There's three worlds total.
Yes.
The first world is a world that was mostly an oceanic civilization.
Oh, the Grey Baloof. Yes,
Yeah.
I missed one. You're right.
And they eventually they were an amphibious race.
Yeah.
But they were based around living in the sea mainly.
And they were driven to extinction by pollution, disease, and overpopulation.
Yes. And the last world is the world called the Plenty, which is what you mentioned. This is the world that got mentioned previously by Meteon when she did her initial reporting.
Mm-hmm.
This is the people that conquered death and despair and all negative emotions and found that life was not worth living without negative emotions of some kind. But because they're immortal, they can't kill themselves, so they made a creature called Ra.
Yeah, they made a creature that was capable of killing themselves.
Yep. And
And
because
now
it wasn't...
and now they just sit around until the creature kills all of them.
Yep. And it is described that as the beautiful, most gentlest of sleeps you go to by when this creature kills you.
The Final Mercy, I think it was.
Yeah, the Final Mercy, yeah.
And
So
then
you beat this dungeon.
and then Xenos enters again.
Yes! Yes, it does!
Funnily enough, yes. He enters about 5 minutes after this dungeon, actually.
Because of course.
Remember how we told you he turned into a dragon?
Yes.
Well, that's coming back.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was waiting for Chekhov's Xenos to.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
wait.
Yeah,
We missed one scene. There was one scene where it cuts to Xenos after we have that conversation with him, where it shows him walking through the royal gardens at Alamigo, where he became the dragon. And it just kind of cuts away with him there.
There's also a brief cutscene where after we have returned our allies to us before entering the final dungeon,
Charlian?
yes, an old Charlian.
Somebody shows up.
Yeah, the customs lady we met at the very beginning of the expansion says an ally of the Scions has shown up to render their aid. And
somebody walks up and it doesn't show who they are.
But
and
Crowell
like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but Crowell literally goes like, oh? like what the hell is going on?
So yes, they did foreshadow this.
Yes, they foreshadowed that someone was coming. We're fighting the hive mind of Meteon now.
And we're losing.
And we're losing pretty badly. Mind you, Brian, she still has power of Dynamis in her command. She is literally summoning dead planets and throwing them at us.
Yeah, she's supernova.
This is the end of a Final Fantasy.
Yes.
I'm just saying, this is the end of a Final Fantasy. Everything you expect out of the end of a Final Fantasy, they're doing all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And finally, we're losing, and you activate the emergency switch and throw it away from you to teleport the entire rest of the Scions back to the ship, leaving just you there to fight alone.
Yeah, we were given a get out of jail free card for the entire party, and we decided to press the button but throw the card away before it triggered so that we could save the rest of the party before they get hit with the giant supernova.
Because they were going to die, and you're like, well, I'll deal with this myself. Bye, guys. And they're like, fuck you! As they're teleporting away. And then...
No, I got it.
Shows up.
Yeah, so me...
giant fuck you dragon breaking through the sky, and he lands and goes, is this the thing you're fighting? Why is it still alive? That's his line.
Yeah.
Why is it still alive? Are you playing with it?
It's fun. It's a thing too where the Endsinger, which is the congregation of the hive mind of Meteon, is taunting you, being like, "I'm going to throw you in despair too, so you can suffer as much as I have, and then you'll wish for the death as I have." And then literally, there's a cracking of glass, like someone's like pounding on a glass door almost. Reality shatters. Xenos flies in as a dragon, and there's the realization of both you and the character realizing that this is Xenos. Mm-hmm. And he says, "I have come to your aid." Why is this your foe? How's it not dead yet?
Yeah, why is it still alive? That is his exact... Why is it still alive? And then, so the rest of the battle, so we fly off on Xenos to fight, the rest of the battle takes place with us fighting on the back of a motherfucking dragon.
Yep, that's a Final Fantasy game.
Yep. We use the magic of Azem to summon fourth allies, aka Duty Finder.
Yeah.
And the last fight is us fighting Endsinger at what is called the final day.
Mm-hmm.
We are flying off to the heat death of the universe.
Remain.
Yeah, basically.
And don't they cut back to Eorzea and the skies everywhere turn red?
That's when Quills, like that's when Xenos shows up on old Charlie.
Okay, that is when I knew at one point it cut back and it was the skies have turned red everywhere. It is the end.
Quill's having a premonition. All the skies are about to turn red.
Okay.
So you fight the Endsinger. She's throwing plants at you, literally. She's reversing time and throwing them at you again.
I will tell you, it's a fight.
It's a Final Fantasy game. It's a Final Fantasy game, complete with
when you have to
bullshit.
When you have to look up at the sky and look at these stars in the sky, because the symbol of that star is what's going to explode on the ground, and you have to pay attention to that to be able to know where to stand. That was definitely a mechanic I hadn't used before.
Mm-hmm.
It took a couple tries.
And it took a few tries. But how the fight usually goes is you're fighting the Endsinger. She's going to throw a real big planet at you, and you use the tank limit break to survive the assault.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a confirmation mid-fight of something that people have theorized. Limit break is Dynamis energy.
Yep. they
And Endsinger says, "You use Dynamis." No, it doesn't matter. I have control of Dynamis. I'm just going to throw a plan at you again. And so they go do the. So Endsinger goes to do the exact same thing. You don't have your limit break with you, so you die. Or at least that's what the game wants you to
don't.
think.
This is the end of a Final Fantasy. You don't die. You overcome.
Yeah,
And the world
this is when you
refused
had
to change.
Yeah, but this is when you have your at the end of Final Fantasy IV, Brian. Here's your another Final Fantasy IV reference. Your allies keep you alive and provide you a shield and power you up to allow you to fight against despair.
Also, your friends cuss you out for sending them back and not letting them fight alongside you.
Yes.
It took a lot of work for us to find you, you know?
Mm-hmm. So you fight Endsinger with your allies empowering you. You're able to defeat Endsinger. You're able to literally kill despair. You kill the hive mind, and you are left at the end.
But one median.
With one Meteon remaining, the original Meteon from your
Elvis.
planet, from Elvis. And you proceed to give the Meteon, ask you the same question that she was asked to, that they asked everyone, like, what is your meaning for life? And you finally show her what your meaning for life is.
And they don't tell you.
They don't tell you.
Your character just talks.
No, doesn't even talk.
Well, their mouth is moving. We're not seeing text.
Your character touches their hand. No, you as a character don't even talk.
Oh, I thought you did.
No,
Okay.
she reads your memories.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. Sorry.
And our connection has gone unstable again. Hold on.
So you talk with this last. So you basically like show all of your memories to this last Meteon, and she kind of comes to the realization that you have of like, life is just life. Like, doesn't matter. Your life is whatever you make of it. And she says, I cannot undo the damage I've done, but I can at least make sure that life will continue existing, basically, and basically goes to undo everything that has she's balled up here, basically.
Now, just to be clear, by undo, we're stopping the end times, but this isn't a reset. The people who died are still dead.
Yes. And she straight up says, I cannot bring back the worlds that I killed, but I can at least make sure I don't continue doing this again.
Mm-hmm.
So you're left in this
and
open,
you see Median leave as a bird.
Yes, you see Median leave as a bird with little star sprinklies behind her, saying.
And you're supposed to follow her
because she's going to bring you back to your ship.
And then Xenos shows up and goes, "Did you think that was the end? Did you think that was the last battle? You still have to fight me!"
Pick up from Xenos. We finally have Xenos finally gets his 1v1 with us, and
one thing I will say at the beginning is when he basically goes, "You want this as bad as I do," and you have two answers, and one of them is, I'm not like you. I'm just gonna put you out of your misery, and the other one is I'm going to enjoy doing this.
Well, he asked you a question of being you as a person, you like being the hero,
Mm-hmm.
you like saving people, but you also just enjoy the fight. You also are kind of like me, and you have three options where you can be like, yes, I enjoy the fight too, or you can be like, no, I'm just a hero, or no, I'm just going to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Or they kind of provide you with they kind of fourth wall-y with this one, which I don't mind at all. I think it's actually a good thing. But anyway, either way, you fight Xenos, with both of you kind of starting to use the power of Dynamis against each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the first times you as the character go all out, because it's been implied that you've been holding back this entire time, basically. But Xenos and you go pretty much go all out.
It's the world of paper.
Yeah. It's the world of paper problem, and now you're both strong enough and in an area where your damage, whatever damage you inflict, will not cause damage to the surrounding area because you're in a realm of emotion and desire.
Yeah, you found your dark side. Now you can really just let it go.
Yeah. So you guys fight, and you win barely.
You win.
You win.
You both are like on the ground, and someone drops a teleporter to you, and you teleport away and leave Xenos there at the end of reality, and you never see who drops you the teleporter.
Well, here's the thing though: is that Xenos complains that he lost again.
Mm-hmm.
And he remarks that, did you find fulfillment in life? Which was a question we had asked to us earlier by Vana.
Mm-hmm.
Was it a good life? Did you have fun with it? And things like that. Xenos dies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's be fair.
I don't believe he died.
He stops talking at the end. His chest stops rising, and his body literally grows a little bit dimmer. He's dead. But at the end of it, a little twinkling light drops.
When we do this again in another fucking 8 years or whatever, I'm going to be here going, Ron, you remember what you said back then?
Listen,
I remember fighting Xenos a couple more times after this.
Listen, I am saying his body is dead. The soul is still there. He's also in a realm of Dynamis, which he can show he has just as much proficiency on.
And he's a pseudo-Asian. He can't actually die unless he chooses to.
Yes, I'm just saying more than likely he's just going to try and stay dead.
He doesn't even need to do that. He can possess his body again.
Yeah,
we already saw they can do that.
I don't think he will. Anyway. So the teleporter falls, the one that we dropped, it gets activated. We don't know who dropped it.
Mm-hmm.
Fans are assuming Xenos actually willed the thing back to us so that it would drop it to us, but we don't know for certain.
I don't think so. I think that is going to be a plot point that they do not explain for a while. I think that it's not related to any of the other stuff. It's going to be related to whatever we see with Xenos later on.
We'll find out. In any case...
Yes, exactly. We'll find out.
We'll find out. In any case, we teleport back to the ship. We're left in a near-death state until a bunch of healing magic gets dumped into us. And we eventually awaken with our allies around us, some of them crying in tears of, like, frustration or sadness or joy. Yeah. And the credits start rolling as everyone shows various degrees of relief or anger or anger at us continuing to live.
Mm-hmm.
And the credits are rolling, and we we arrive back on the home planet, and it ends with Nanama welcoming us home as the ship docks into the ocean at Old Charlian.
And we see a blue bird fly across the screen.
To bring it all full circle.
That's the epilogue, technically.
Okay, yes, you're right. I just wanted to mention...
Yes.
Because we already saw that's median, so
yes.
That was just implying that she's still around.
Mm-hmm. The credits end. It ends with a, normal credits scrolling, things like that. It has a cutscene of Science walking up and past Emmett, Salk, Hythlodaeus, Hermes, and Vana. It shows your character being like the last person on the credits, being the Warrior of Light, your character name.
Mm-hmm.
You have a brief interlude of back at the Rising Zone, which was the original base of the Scions.
Yep.
And them going their separate ways to try and solve the realm's problems.
Yeah.
As individuals, not as the
Scions. Well, the Scions go, we are breaking up, and then one of them goes, at least officially. And that they are separating, to go and help the realm in different ways, but they're still in contact and they can still come together if the situation calls for it. But as a public-facing organization, they're stepping back, which is what they were in 1.0, where they weren't like this big organization that governments come to for help. They tried to do stuff behind the scenes, and that's what they're moving back to.
Yeah, they're trying to go back to being like helping the planet or helping people behind the shadow. They're behind the curtain. Yeah. Because the newly formed Eorzean Alliance should be the ones
Dealing
solving
with
the
that
realm.
stuff.
Yeah, because
Plus,
that
we have a
government.
whole rest of the world to explore, and we still need to fix Garlemald because all the people are starving and freezing to death.
And the expansion ends with all the science breaking up or going off to do their own thing.
So you have
except for you, which
Yeah.
everyone calls out, being like, "So what do you want to do next?" Like calling you an adventurer, which is a title you've not been called in a very, very long time. Actually, you've always been referred to as the Warrior of Light, but now you're going to go back to your roots
as a humble adventurer.
as a humble adventurer.
But I was going to say, I was going to list where the people were going because they told us.
Yes, they did.
But yeah, we have Y'shtola and Thancred. Not Y'shtola and Thancred. We have Urion J and Thancred, who are going to go and deal with stuff in the Garlean provinces. You have Alisei and Alphino, who are going to Garlemald to help with the efforts to save the people. Y'shtola is going to Sharlayan to start, but she is searching for a method of traveling between the dimensions again.
She's got a Catboy to go back to on the first.
Yes. And then Kryl and a Lion Boy. And then Kryl and Graha are going to Sharlayan to help rebuild the students of Baldessian, which were sadly destroyed at the end of A Realm Reborn.
Yes.
And then where are we going to go? This is the part I remember where they show us talking, but they don't actually say anything.
They don't say. It is left to the player to decide where you want to go next.
Because we have the newfound adventure.
And this is when Medion, the bird, like a little blue bird, flies by, sails off in the distance with the Crystal Tower in the background, and it ends with Finn. But don't worry, my friends, the journey will ever live on.
And that's the end. Hey, Brian. Is the podcast still stable?
It hasn't been stable for the last 5-10 minutes, but I'm still been recording. Absolutely.
Okay.
My internet has decided that's it. You guys have had enough.
Yeah, pretty much. There's a 30-second cutscene of it hinting at, hey, if you want some new content to do that's still like Endwalker related content, you can go do the new 8-man raid, Pandemonium. But that is the literal last teaser. It's like, hey, you can do Pandemonium if you want.
Yeah. And there we go. We're done.
5 hours later.
Roughly.
So not quite the Resident Evil 4 land speed record, but getting pretty close. But I mean, I'm just gonna have to get this so that I can understand what the hell you guys are all saying. So
you really do. Like, we could talk to you for hours about it, and we just did.
You did, and I'm
going
to forget most of this.
Like we said before, like they've been advertising 5 million times, like it's been memed about 10 million times. There's a free trial.
Yes,
it has the base game and the first expansion.
Yes,
just go and download the free trial. Give it a shot. Of course, I do have to warn, and I will always warn that A Realm Reborn is the weakest of the game. And really needs a rewrite, but they're never going to do that. So,
as someone that played 2.0 on release and then played through it again when they did their re-editing, A Realm Reborn's with the re-editing is better.
It is
on release. It is still probably the weakest of the stories, but it's still okay. In my opinion, just like putting numbers on things, A Realm Reborn's a 6 out of 10. It's serviceable. Heaven's Ward is like a 9. Stormblood's a 7. Endwalker's a 10. I'm sorry, not Endwalker. Shadowbringers is a 10. In my opinion, Endwalker's is a 9, actually.
See, this is something I wanted to bring up, and I will bring up now that we're at the very end, and that is, so I was told that Endwalker was better than Shadowbringers, and here's how I fell out into that when I finished it. I feel like Shadowbringers is more consistently good, but Endwalker has higher highs.
Yes, I agree. In my opinion, Shadowwalker is a little bit better paced. Sorry, Shadowbringers.
Yes.
In my opinion, Shadowbringers is better paced than Endwalker, And the consistent and Shadowbringers is consistently higher, like a rates. The pacing is consistently higher than Endwalker.
I personally, I prefer Endwalker, but that's mainly because this is the way I always am. I love the climaxes at the end of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my favorite one is Return of the Jedi. My favorite is Return of the King. One of my favorite Marvel movies is Endgame. Like, I am a fan of the payoff at the end because everything else built up to that and built into that.
I think the reason why I prefer Shadowbringers specifically is Shadowbringers is, by and large, can be a self-contained story.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yes, it can. It can, and it is objectively the strongest individual story.
Yes, it is. It is, in my opinion, the strongest individual story, and that's what I appreciate personally the most. Is that this is a story that you don't need tie-ins to. You don't need to know previous information to be able to get into and enjoy.
It is the most standalone.
Yes.
Which that's very different because Endwalker. The whole point of Endwalker is it's a synthesis of everything that came before.
Yes, and I'm not saying that's
so they're
bad.
meant to be two different things.
Yes, they're meant to be two different things. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying, me personally, I enjoyed that more because Shadowbringers, as that core story, is, in my opinion, better written than the core story of Endwalker or the core story of Stormblood.
For me, it's splitting hairs because I gave them both a 10 out of 10. I didn't do that to any of the other ones, but both of them to me are near perfect.
Like, if I could only have one 10 out of 10 of Shadowbringers, if I can have multiple, then I would say Shadowbringers. I still have issues with Endwalker's pacing. I feel like there are some things in Endwalker they could have trimmed or shortened down on.
Here's the thing.
I can't give Endwalker a 10.
I've heard the same complaint about Shadowbringers. About pacing being the major issue.
There's only a couple dead spots in Shadowbringers, in my opinion, but even then, those dead spots are usually like 30 minutes at most, whereas I would argue personally the level 84-85 section in Endwalker, that entire section, could be cut out and you would lose almost no important information. You would lose like 2 cool cutscenes and that's about it.
Okay. Well, I mean, once again, we can have different opinions on it, but we both agree they're good.
Yeah. And then I think the last thing is they did add the cross data transferring server, so as long as you're on the same data cluster, you can play with your friends.
Was that Endwalker or was that 6.1?
6.1 they added, I think.
Yeah. So
they wanted it in 6.0, but they couldn't because of COVID hardware limitations, called chip shortage bullshit. But they added it in 6.0.
I'm pretty sure with the expression on Brian's face, he is ready for this to be done.
Yes, I believe so. That's what I'm trying to wrap it up. That's all. But that's everything. Yeah. Brian, you can go ahead and end this if you want.
Not that I want to cut you guys off, but we've gone 5 hours and I'm hungry.
Yes, I agree. I'm hungry.
I know both of you.
Pasta cooking.
I know you both have really wanted to do this episode, so.
Thank you.
So I know that I was just checking to actually see if April was messaging me because she was napping earlier. So, but I know the next episode that we're going to be doing is slated for early October. We're going to talk about Kingdom Hearts.
Yes.
The first game specifically, but as it celebrates 20 years. So,
a series I am familiar with entirely on the lore. I know everything about the games. I've watched every single thing. I have not played more than half of the first game.
We're going to be primarily focusing on the first game.
I know.
Okay.
I know the entire first game like the back of my hand. I just didn't play it. I watched it.
So we'll probably talk a little bit about the series as a whole, but this is going to be mostly a first game thing. I'm looking forward to that. I recently replayed it so that I could remember what isn't happening, and
we'll see if I end up getting to it. But my intention is to play through the first game entirely for the podcast.
Alrighty, well you've got about.
But unlike Metal Gear Solid, even if I don't, I can still contribute because I know the entire plot and everything that happens and all the characters.
Beautiful.
Because I am a fan of the series without playing it.
So if any of you out there, I know we had a bit of a disjointed end there because my internet decided to just crap itself for like 15 minutes. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions on future episodes, let us know. Go on dlcpodcast.com, click on the feedback button, let us know. We are always looking for ideas and suggestions. So, and hey, if you want to join in, let us know, and we will happily get you on. So, I think that is going to do it for us. So, I just want to thank Ron, Ronny, and Deja, even though Deja left after the first hour, for being on this episode with me. So, until I see you guys again, keep playing, and have a good one, everybody.